good day?
How good? Let's see some energy.
Energy applause. Come on. Yep.
Hello everyone and welcome. He's Darko.
And he's Alin. Come on, Alin. Oh, no.
And we are the moderators for the event. And we're going to be in charge with keeping up the energy and keeping speakers on time.
Which is the difficult task of them all.
Just to give a little bit about the context, who here knows about DCN? Not everyone, so we're going to just say a few words. DCN is an international organization which reunites people and brings people together from media, civil society, business, and public authorities in order to create products, services, and ideas together. This is a little bit about the context. And I have a curiosity, a personal curiosity. Who here is an influencer? Okay. To some extent.
Within my house, yes. Okay, this event is structured around people like you, influencers. Those who want to become influencers, those who want to work with influencers. So everything is about influence today. Let's become one, let's work with the people. So, who is an influencer? Mm-hmm. Who wants to be one? That's the question. Can we see the hands? Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. Influencers rule the world, guys. So who works with influencers? So summing up, everybody is connected to an influencer.
To some extent.
You're in the right spot to level up your knowledge and your skills. We have 15 amazing speakers and after it, a full day tomorrow of different spaces, formats where you can contact, interact, work together, and share experiences. And who is guilty for having us here? First of all, U.S. State Embassy, Department of Cultural Exchanges. Thank you guys for paying for all of this. DCN, of course, and World Learning. And of course, all of you guys made it as an event like this, because without you, this won't be possible for me and Alin to boost ourselves on stage. Right. So, without further ado.
Yep. Just to kick it off, speaking about DCN, we're going to invite Mr. Artur Gurau up on stage to kick it off.
Yay, hello. Hello, Budva. It's so happy to see you, and I love this format. We experienced different formats for the events that we are organizing, and I think that this one is the most engaging one. So, I'm Artur Gurau. I'm coming from Moldova. You recently, I think, saw Moldova in the news. Some positive news, finally, from Moldova. I work in communication for 10 years, and I'm happy and honored to represent and give a word of welcome from the board of Digital Communication Network. And by the way, if there are a lot of influencers in this room, let's connect on Instagram. So, you saw this beautiful slide at the entrance in the conference. We are almost 6,000 people community from more than 30 countries. And we run exchange programs in partnership with our colleagues from World Learning. We organize events like this. I think over the last 3 years, we organized more than 20 events in different countries. Recently, we have started to work more with the local communities, but on that I will elaborate a little bit later. Last year, with the help of our extraordinary team of researchers, we have run a study mapping influencers in 27 countries. And we try to analyze not only who are the most influential influencers based on number of, I don't know, followers, the usual thing that you'll follow when, I don't know, you look at the influence and engagement, this is what platforms want us to follow, but we try to analyze also what are their tactics, strategies, and if there are any risks of or opportunities working with them. So I encourage you to look for this study, and we share this specific data with each individual local community that we have. For example, you can find in Facebook, a part of the group, Digital Communication Network Group, you can find DCN Balkans, and there you will find the information specifically on the influencers from Balkans. Following this study, we saw and discovered a big opportunity of creating spaces like this where beautiful minds, talented people, skillful people come together and very interesting synergy happens. What we saw is that when interesting people from different intersection of industry come together, like innovation happens, and in the end this is one of the massive transformative purposes of Digital Communication Network. We believe that influencers should not be engaged in campaigns. Nothing bad with that. Campaigns are great, but influencers can actually create their own content and they can launch their own products. On the last 2 months, we've been very busy. Basically, every week we created meetups, meetings without members in different countries, in Latvia, Estonia, Romania, Ukraine, even in Tunis. We will continue doing that, and we want to encourage you to have a more active role in establishing these communities. For that, the next step would be to use a very interesting, innovative election process. About that we will tell a little bit later. One interesting way of engaging more influencers we discovered in associating ourselves with the Sustainable Development Goals. It's so easy to show to influencers and micro-influencers that they can actually unite around values that everyone shares. So, for example, promoting green energy, it's basically a few days ago, my colleagues launched a campaign for EU neighborhood countries, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, where micro-influencers are encouraged to create content on the topic of green alternative energy. One interesting experiment that we did in Moldova to go beyond our traditional big influencers, we asked the micro-influencers what are the topics that they would be eager to join and participate for campaigns. And you see the results of this micro-study. We had 66 micro-influencers that said that they want to get involved in projects around education. And on the second place, it was health and general well-being. I'm sure that in different countries, the results on these sustainable goals can differ, right? Yeah, I mentioned about the opportunity, what influencers can do besides great impact campaigns. You see the transformation that is happening right now around the globe with platforms like Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Go, YouTube, raising on the subscription model. And these platforms actually are in a very big competition for quality content. So I think that one of the next steps for influencers is how they can collaborate together or form partnerships and create this type of content. It can be, I don't know, documentaries, reality shows, their own TV shows. So it's not only the platforms, it's only the TV stations as well that are looking for additional audience, because they are kind of losing not only trust but audiences as well. And guess what? A collaboration between old media, or let's say traditional media, I'm sorry, it's not old, it's just have to be reinvented. And I think that one of the solutions to reinvent and bring back the nice experience with the TV is actually involving content creators, influencers, and so on. What our dream is that setups like this will happen not only 3 times or 4 times a year, but we can actually establish hubs, physical spaces, where influencers can work together, where they can share ideas, where they can learn from each other. So what we need for that? We need your involvement, and we actually want to build partnerships. So during the entire conference, me and my colleagues from the Board of Digital Communication Network have a little room for individual discussions to elaborate ways of how we can build these partnerships, because these hubs will become a reality and it will produce the positive social impact only with our effort together. A little surprise, because we want to focus on products and we see it as a big opportunity, there is an app created by one of the members of Digital Communication Network. It's called Vote Me Up. And I encourage you to find and download this app, because a part of the slogan that it will solve democracy, coming from a creator from Moldova, that can sound tricky a little bit, but believe me, please try this app, because it has a very interesting algorithm of elections, and you can run elections for 1 hour, for 6 hours, for 1 day, for 1 week or 1 month. It can be, I don't know, between friends used, deciding who get to pay for the beer, or it can be used to elect who would be the chief of the class, for example. So it's a very interesting, simple exercise to teach elections and democracy at a very, very incipient level, I would say that. But at the same time, at our conference, we will use to select who is the most active forum participant. And we have a prize for the most active participant. What being active means is, of course, creating content with the hashtag DigicomNet, networking, meeting new people, introducing yourself, exchanging contacts on LinkedIn, Instagram, I don't know, Facebook, exchanging business cards and so on. The trick is that you can vote not only for one person, you can actually vote for more persons, but in order to be one of the possible candidates, you have to have the app. And there is actually a very interesting exercise. It's a game, it's an election game, and hopefully it will, with the help of Digital Communication Network, this app that was launched only last week will show exactly what's our promise. And we want the same experience in your case. If you're launching your products, Digital Communication Network wants to offer you a partnership where we can actually scale and launch this app in multiple markets at the same time. So once again, please be active, and I encourage you to exchange ideas, visions, products that maybe you work and you want to go to the next level with them. That's what I wanted to tell. Once again, thank you very much for taking the time. You could be at this time, you know, working at your day job or maybe staying at the beach, but being here with us, it's an investment, it's a dedication of your time, and we really, really appreciate that. That being said, I would like to welcome on the stage with a welcome message Ambassador Reinke, who is a career diplomat, formerly working in the Department of Commerce, and she's very active on social media. So I encourage you to find her on Twitter and Instagram. Ambassador Reinke, please, you're welcome.
Thank you. Wow, thank you all for letting me be part of this program. In fact, thank you for being part of our program. It's a shared program. On behalf of the U.S. government, U.S. Embassy, which I represent, thanks for being part of this very important social influencers forum. I really want to say thank you to the Digital Communicators Network. These are great partners. You've already heard how valuable they can be to you as influencers and micro-influencers. So I'd say at least check them out. If not, join that network. And a big thank you to World Learning. World Learning is the partner that literally put together the infrastructure, the beautiful environment. So I'd like to ask you to give them a round of applause right now. So my welcome really is just two key messages. So the first one is, what the heck is government doing here? This is not a government activity, right? So that's going to be my first point. But that's going to segue quickly into my second point. And it's something I'd like you to carry with you throughout the rest of this symposium. And that's the question and the role of responsibility. And I hope you take that message personally. As far as government, what the heck is government doing in the world of social media? Well, I think you are aware that a lot of government figures and government organizations are becoming active. Wow, not just active, but overwhelmingly active in social media. In the case of the US government, but particularly in the case of my own program, which is here in Montenegro, our goal is to try to spread some truths, some information to share with the public. Government needs you. You're the ones who echo the message. You're the ones who amplify the message. You're the ones who assess the message. So we really require, need, count on influencers. It's not my word, frankly, that they're listening to. It's yours. So the reason the US government is involved in this particular activity, which I think is a very exciting activity, is because we really think that this is your time to shine, and we're really proud to support this particular forum. Second, I want to talk about responsibility, because there really is a danger out there. There's misinformation. There's irresponsible opinion. There are actually bad guys in cyberspace, not just cyberbullies, but malign influencers. And you have a responsibility to be aware, and I would hope to counter the malign influences that affect society. So let me talk a little bit more about the government. What do governments really do? And this is going to be a short overview. We try to build strong, resilient, democratic societies. I say democratic because I think that's clearly where I'm coming from. I think it's the way to go. And here in Montenegro, we try to support the government of Montenegro in building strong, democratic, resilient societies. Resilient to what? Resilient to that same malign influence I just talked about. Resilient to disinformation. Resilient to forces that work counter to public good. And so that's, again, where I come to you. Because you, and you've already proven it, know how to make sense out of noise. You know how to distill hundreds of messages and come up with that crystal nugget of what it all means. And people listen to you. And people hear your views. They hear and see your values. And some people accept those values. And that's why the government, my government, frankly, any government, needs to partner with the social media influencers in this room and around the world. That's the role of government. So let me come back to that comment about responsibility. We partner with you because whoever you are, we know if you decide to reach out and amplify a message or contradict a message, people are going to listen to you. They're going to listen to you and hopefully not the malign influencers. And I'm optimistic. And why am I optimistic? It's because you're here today. Number one, because you show up, because you have the self-awareness to know that there really is something called digital influence, and you're part of that. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because I think you know, I hope you know, it's more than a numbers game. I'm assuming that you want a lot of followers on YouTube. I'm assuming you like to get lots of likes on Facebook and retweets on Twitter. I do. But it's not a numbers game. Because 3, you know those are real people on the other side of your screen. I know they are. And I hope you never forget that. No matter what kind of thing you're into, what kind of opinions, what kind of fun and games and laughter and serious stuff, they're always people, and you're influencing them. Which takes me to 4. It's a two-way street. You may think you're influencing them, but your followers are important to you, aren't they? Because if you lose their trust, you don't have followers anymore. It's a two-way street. It's kind of like one American politician said, a leader without followers is simply a guy walking down the street, right? You don't want to lose your followers. So the name of the game, what's the name of the game, guys? The name of the game is trust. And the foundation for trust is authenticity. Your authenticity. You're not making up the news, but you have to distill it in a way that's authentic. So I do have a proposal. My proposal is gain trust through truth, truthful stories, through authentic stories, and through democratic values. That's how I think your followers will multiply, and they'll get the real message. And I think you can do that. Let me give you my own personal sort of philosophy about what I'm doing with my official Twitter and Instagram. I'm really not that big of an influencer. I'm trying to tell some stories. My role, as you know, is the US ambassador in Montenegro. You heard that. What do I want? You got to ask yourself whenever you follow somebody, what do they want? Read their little profile. What do I want? I want to share amazing stories and experiences from America and from Montenegro in order to show and demonstrate through words and through pictures that we are friends, that we're partners, and we're allies. And by the way, I believe that. And by the way, the pictures are mine. The words are mine. I may not always type them. This is Anna from my office. She often types it when I'm too busy. But it is my story, and those are my stories, and I am trying to say something that I believe in. It's my job, but it's also the only reason I decided to go personally into social media was because I thought I had a story to tell. You have stories to tell. Tell your stories with authenticity and truth, and be responsible for the messages you convey. It will make all the difference in this world. I'll say in this galaxy, because frankly, and I'll wrap up here, I look at you as the guardians of our digital galaxy. So I wish you to be well, have fun, and take your responsibility seriously, because we're counting on you. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for being here.
Now, if something was inspirational, this was. And thank you for everything. Thank you so much. This is a very inspirational speech. I would like that all of the politicians from our regions would adopt this strategy and recognize the influence of the influencers and how repetitive it can be and how message can be spread throughout. Please follow our ambassador on social networks. You had a chance to see it on the screen. She's very active and a big fan of a local basketball club, whatever.
And because we're all about digital and we're all about interaction, we also want to introduce you to our app that we're going to use throughout the event, in which you can put questions and interact with the speakers. So I want to pull up your phones. Hope they're charged. I see no movement. This means that everyone already was with his phone in his hand. So go to slido.com/DCN, or they're going to ask for the enter code. It's DCN. And we're going to do a small exercise.
You can see it on your screens.
Mm-hmm. Here you're going to put questions as well when speakers are going to come up on stage. But before, we have 3 questions for you. This is the questions part. We're going to ask questions. And here are the exercises. And here's the first question that we prepared for you. Because it's going to help a lot the speakers today, knowing your profile. First question is, what field do you work in? We told you when we started the event that DigiCommNet, it's about bringing people together and building bridges between mass media, nonprofit NGOs, business, and public authorities.
Come on, businesses. Come on. Oh, that's... Sign up, guys. Come on.
Fierce competition between business and mass media.
I told you business is going to win. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we have it. As usual, there are too many of us. So it's like, yeah. Somehow media always wins. I don't know why.
And business went first.
You know what's good? Nobody's looking at us. That's a good part.
Go media, go, go. Journalists.
Help the media guys, business guys, go to the media and ask, vote for them.
Media, we have to be more active. Oh no. Oh no, we are dominated by business now.
Aren't we all?
It's almost the dictatorship of the business.
There's someone that had a very good comment earlier. Everyone's into business nowadays, to some extent, one way or the other.
So I think we have a pretty clear picture. What about the next question?
Okay.
So I think business is number one, mass media the second, non-profits the third, and culture education is the last one, but it's very important to have them as well. Let's say it's 10%, but it's also good. So what about the next question, Aline?
Yeah.
It's the next question, it's about country. So let's go to the next question.
Go to the next.
and-
Yeah. So we have DCN builds bridges between people and reunites people from different countries. We're trying to see how many people and how many nations are being represented here today. So the question is, what country are you from?
I know who will win this game.
For the first time ever, the biggest one ever.
Congratulations, Darko. You're in the center of the world now.
Yeah, of course. You should see the history of Montenegro. It's always like that. I should take the print screen out of this because Montenegro is bigger than the US. It's Thank you, guys.
Nice word chart.
We counted like there is 31 countries represented here.
Let's round of applause, guys.
So, and the next question is about the
Wonderful.
topic. What
So,
topics,
energy-
what topics for influencers campaigns are you interested in? Please write words, ideas, what are you going to solve during this forum? Disinformation, politics, pets.
So we're going to spend 2 days together. It's important to understand what are their interests, what can we do for you, how can we invite people in different scenes in order to speak with each other, what themes should we approach,
Maternity,
including today.
design, tech, programmatic, fashion, counter-extremism,
The future of influence.
lifestyle, propaganda, social good, innovation, trust, gender. I have to make a picture of this.
Real estate. Somebody wants to buy a house here.
It's interesting in how many fields influencers.
Incredible.
So
Let's pump in information.
we have tough tasks to solve all of these problems during these 2 days, right? So we have to work hard on this.
What's kofefe?
Truth. Truth. That's an interesting one. Organic food.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for voting
Thank
and
you.
for being active. Thank you. Next up, I'm going to invite Franak up on stage, and he's going to kick off with his first speech, which is going to be about digital influence as a tool for participatory democracy and social change.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you. I am so happy you all came today. And thank you for your effort, for your time, and for your readiness to solve all these world problems today. Actually, I don't have the clicker. Do you have one? Can you give me? So today I'm going to speak about boring things that we are going to solve during these 2 days, but I think the next presentation will be much funnier than mine. First of all, I'd like to start with the idea that we never lived in such a great time as now, in sense of the freedom, in sense of security, in sense of democracy. Digital influence we are discussing today, it's about democracy, first of all. And unfortunately, we underestimate the power of the guys who are having their YouTube channels. Can we have the slides? Something wrong? Yes. We are underestimating the power of these guys who are creating YouTube channels, making Instagram posts, tweeting all the time, because basically we gave power to everyone. Digital influence is also about the embracing change. Many of my friends and colleagues, they're so sad about the ice cream from the Soviet Union. Sometimes they are telling, oh my God, the ice cream was so good, it costed only 11 kopiek, and now all the ice cream is so bad. And they are ready, to give up their freedom, their gadgets, their possibilities, their voting rights, just to get back to the Soviet past and to eat this ice cream. And this also about the media, about TV, about newspaper, about radio. People who remember this technology, these tools from their childhood, from their young ages, they want to come back because they are usually nostalgic about their past. And what we, people here, must do, we must realize, we must admit that the world will never be as it was before, and we have to embrace the change and empower ourselves with this change. Digital influence is also about the same opportunities. Before, we had so many filters. It was so difficult to get good education, to get to the university, to travel abroad. It was so difficult to get to become the trendsetter, to create news, to become quoted by famous music stars, politicians. Now it's easy. You just need to participate. You just need to tweet. You just need to make posts. So everyone has the same rights, the same opportunities, and it's up to us how we use these opportunities. Digital influence is also about campaigns with social impact, and this is the main topic of our forum. So we must realize, and we have to think out of box. It's not only about pets, it's not only about fashion. It's also about important topics like we have seen at the screen, about disinformation, about the access to media, it's about transparency, it's about countering corruption. And what we have to solve today and tomorrow, we have to find the way to motivate people who has digital influence, never was engaged in politics or social activism, but can be involved now. So what you need to become digital influential, and what are main ingredients for the success? First of all, you need a clear strategy and understanding what are you doing and for what. You have always answer the question for yourself. So what? If you are posting something, if you're writing something, if you're commenting or putting like, so what? What does it mean? You spent your precious 5 seconds, 15 seconds, or 1 minute, and what is the impact of your 5 or 10 seconds? You always have to assess yourself and your efficiency and how your time is consumed. It's also about the trust. Digital influencers are much better than media, actually, because they understand that if they will lose trust once of their followers, they will lose their followers forever. Media and journalists working for bigger corporations and organizations, they underestimate the importance of the trust. Influence is also about the participation. It's always about the comment. I think all of you are following stars on Instagram and YouTube. We have many influencers in this room. They respond to each comment. I came from the journalist background from Radio Free Europe, and actually I must say we neglect the importance of answering to each commentator under the post we are making, because we create the content, we are happy we created, and we don't care about the life and about the future of this signal, of this message we send. It's also about consistency. So coming back to the strategy question, Digital Communication Network, our organization believes in the big shift from large and powerful to small and many. Before, 60 years ago, when Cold War started, BBC, Voice of America, Radio Free Europe launched international broadcasters. We believed if we will launch huge organization, corporation with reporters all over the world, we will change the world for better. For now, it's not enough. We can be large and powerful, we can have many resources and many people working for us, but it's not enough. We can't reach people in remote areas, we can't reach people with special interests. So this is why we have to create a lot of small groups, small channels, small sources of influence. It's not only about journalism, it's also about marketing, it's also about politics, it's also about military. All of these sectors, they change the strategy. They realize that centralized approach doesn't work anymore. So there are three. It's from the school book, you know. So I didn't make this slide. I just like copy-pasted it. So instead of centralizing and decentralizing, we are believing in distributed. We don't need actually to define the message for influencer or for our partners or for our friends. We just need the common understanding, the vision, the common strategy, what we do. And we have to give them the freedom to decide how they want to spread this vision and how they want to support this mission. Influencers are about informal networks. I would give my example from the military service. When I used to be in army, we had this, you know, the vertical system of management. We have the generals, you know, colonels, officers, surgeons, and everything. But not them who decided about the habits, about behavior, about the attitudes within the military unit, but sergeants and people and officers who had the biggest respect. Sometimes they had the power, but sometimes they didn't. Sometimes privates, who were the most respected in the collective, they had much bigger influence to other people. And now, informal networks created by digital influencers, they create another layer of the civil society. And sometimes, this layer is much more powerful than the structured, organized corporation, company, military unit. Participation is critical. When we talk about digital influence, we talk about participative democracy. And this is our dream, this is our goal, you know, to make our world better, freer. So did you watch Chernobyl series? HBO, the latest one. You know how nuclear reactor working now, right? Everyone knows. So in order to make the system working, you need a lot of elements. And if you take out some of these elements from the system, it explodes. The same with democracy. In order to make the system functioning and democracy working and being efficient, you need all the elements to be present. And the most important fuel for this reactor of democracy, are people. When people are not participating, the reactor is going to explode. And this is what we are seeing now. Lesser and lesser young people go to election. Lesser and lesser people care about their countries, about their states, about their organizations, about other people actually. And this is the biggest problem. And this is also the thing we can solve with digital influencers. Not always digital influencers are the smart people. And this creates the big problem. Because when we talk about digital influence, we must admit that many influencers are mal-influencers and spreading disinformation and bad things. And dictators actually use it very well. They empower bad influencers and they manipulate the public opinion. So, but what we have to do, we have to understand, in order to get success and make our influence impactful, we have to be loud. We must make sure that our voice, our message, our tweet, our Instagram is well prepared and it's well distributed. It is amplified and it is multiplied. And you have to be active, of course. When we talk about digital influence, we talk about niche content. Instead of created one, as I mentioned, Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, we need many small messages that are reaching many small target groups. And this works also with digital influencers. Just look. When we see this, I can show on the screen. So let's see, there is an influencer, and who is sending, maybe it could be organization, it could be initiative, it could be project. He or she sends different messages to different groups who are multipliers. So let's call them advocates. And these advocates, they have their own audiences. And they spread their own, their packed messages that we sent in the beginning to the enthusiasts. So the principle 1990, which came from marketing, it also worked for digital influence. So we create a lot of messages that reach different people and different groups. Let me give example from Belarus. Instead of creating and supporting and spending a lot of money for promoting one big pages, we began creating a lot of Telegram channels, economics of Belarus, politics of Belarus, culture of Belarus, and later each of these channels got their own multipliers and amplifiers. And now we have the developed network of distribution, and when we count the smaller sub-channels, they're given 10 times more traffic than the main branded page on Telegram. So the news journalist, content creator create the message is repacked, it reaches some audience, later it comes to influencers aggregator, which repack it for other audiences. It's important to mention the context. It's not about the format content. Of course, form is important. Content is very important. But the context is much more important. You have to follow the trend. You have to understand what are people discussing right now. And you have to hype. If you create the message, if you build a discussion around specific topic, you need a special moment because people discuss only one thing per moment. And consistency. You must remember that digital influence and building digital influence is about full-time job. You have to spend 24 hours, 7 days per week in order to support this influence. If you're like Snapchat, they want you to post every day. Instagram stories, they put your content higher if you post every day. So the same with digital influence. You have to be consistent. You have to work every day. And you must remember that your followers are the biggest value and probably the biggest capital you have. And each campaign, each project must have call to action. It's very difficult to measure influence. I think we will be discussing today how to measure digital influence. And I'm sure nobody in this room has a clear answer because we can measure it differently. But what is the easiest way is to define KPI as the call to action. It could be the product sold number, it could be signatures under social political petition, could be number of voters who came to elections, but we always must measure our influence by the result, by number of people who were involved, and this is how we can understand are we successful or not. Thank you again for coming to this conference. Please participate and ask questions on Slido/DCN. Register for tomorrow on conference with your small presentations. You will have up to 7 minutes to talk about your projects and ideas, and have fun. Thank you again.
Thank you, Franak. Truly amazing how slides show everything, actually, and how we can gather around similar ideas here. Influence in the modern age is the next topic. And with us, Adam Harrell, co-founder of Nebo Agency, United States of America. Welcome.
So the title of my talk today is Influence in the Modern Age. And really what I want to talk about is to set up the idea of how influence has changed as media and technology has. So I think it's helpful to start here with the word influence itself. We're going to hear this word a lot over the next few days. And if you go back and see when this word first entered into language and use, you'll find that it first showed up in the 13th century in France. And its meaning was an emanation from the stars, acting upon the destiny of men. And what's interesting about this is it was really an astrological term. It was a way to describe the power of what they thought the movements of planets and stars and how they affected the destiny of a person. And this was fitting for 13th century France. People existed under the influence of the heavens. A famine, a death, wasn't thought to be related to a scientific cause or reason. It was thought to be a divine action. But we saw this change. As we moved into the industrial age, the meaning of influence actually shifted as society shifted. This was the age of railroads and the telegraph, an unprecedented change in society. And a new definition showed up. In the 19th century, we saw that influence began to mean the power to affect, control, or manipulate something. And it became something that people could have or organizations could have. It was no longer that you were under the influence of heavens, but it was something that you could actually control. And since the industrial age, we've seen the most dramatic changes in society have been around the tools and platforms of media and communication. Marshall McLuhan once said, "The medium is the message," right? And this quote is memorable, but it's a bit opaque. What he actually meant is the channel by which a message is transmitted requires a certain form. And by taking that certain form, the content of the message is actually shifted. In the age of mass media, access to a medium for spreading your ideas was controlled by an editor. The editor of a newspaper, the editorial board of a TV station, they decided what ideas spread, they decided what became news. In the modern age, that's no longer true. Now algorithms have influence. The YouTube algorithm is arguably more powerful than any editorial board in the world. Where once we shaped our tools, now our tools shape us. Technology also makes it easier than ever to spread ideas and form movements. In Hong Kong this weekend, over 2 million people joined in protest on the streets. The largest mass protest movement ever. It was completely organized via Telegram and WhatsApp. But these movements are different than the movements that preceded them. Social messaging technology has made it easier than ever to transition from public discontent to massive mobilized protests. But these are networked movements, not hierarchical movements. They require a single point of reference to exist. They need an organizing principle, a person, an issue, an event to organize around. And while ideas may spread faster than ever before, influencing systems and institutions is still as difficult as ever. If we were to plot a continuum of influence from what's easiest to what's most difficult, it would look something like this. The easiest thing to do is to spread ideas. It's more difficult to shift opinion or to get an individual to take an action. But the most difficult thing of all is creating long-lasting systemic change. And that's the story I want to tell today, about someone who tried to do that. This is a photo from Pakistan. It shows the funeral procession of a young woman who was killed for the crime of dishonoring her family. This is something that happens a lot in Pakistan. The Human Rights Commission estimated 400 young women were murdered in honor killings just last year. This is a problem that's been going on for years, but if you actually want to change a problem, first you have to get people to recognize it's a problem and to talk about it. And that's where she comes in. This is Sharmeen Obaid Chinoy. She's an award-winning filmmaker in Pakistan. And she had followed the issue of honor killings for a long time. But this is a tough problem because by the nature of the crime, the victim is dead and the family normally killed her. So no one will go on record and talk about it. One day, Sharmeen was reading the newspaper in 2014 and she came across this story. A Pakistani woman survives after being shot for marrying for love. A young lady named Saba fell in love with her husband and married him in defiance of her father and her uncle. Her uncle and father drove to her house at night, picked her up, brought her beside a river, beat her, shot her in the face, threw her in a bag, and tossed her body in a river. Saba survived. When the bullet was fired, she had turned her cheek just slightly, and instead of piercing her skull, the bullet went through her cheek. She climbed out of the river, up a hill, went to a gas station, and got medical treatment. Charmaine heard this story, and she immediately went to the hospital, and she said, "Can I film you, and can I tell your story?" But Charmaine knew something. She knew the ability of a story well told to change culture. She knew the power of her media, which was film. And she also knew that if you want to elevate an issue, if you want someone to pay attention to it, you have to translate it from an abstract data point into a story they understand and that resonates with them. So that's what she did. She personalized the story and made it about Saba. The result was a documentary called A Girl in the River, The Price of Forgiveness. And it's an amazing film. When you watch this film, for 45 minutes, you're engrossed in the story of honor killings in Pakistan. You can hear in her voice, you can see the scar on her face, and you're enveloped in this idea that this is something that must change. And you understand the loophole and the nature and societal context that allows it to continue to go on, where her father and uncle didn't even go to jail. But what made this film resonate was that it was a story perfectly meant for a documentary. It required exposition, it required multiple points of views. It was a story crafted to fit the medium. And if a story fits the medium, it'll resonate. And resonate it did. Charmaine actually won an Oscar at the Academy Awards for this film. It won Best Documentary Short Film. As a result, it generated coverage in newspapers and magazines around the world. Once it got nominated for an Oscar, Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif invited her to do a showing at the Prime Minister's house. They sat there with lawmakers and they watched her film, and afterwards, in front of the press, the Prime Minister turned to her and he said, "There is no honor in honor killing." The film led to public awareness, which led to public pressure, which led to policy change. And within days, Pakistan had closed the legal loophole that allowed honor killers to walk free. But too many girls and young women were still being killed. And what Charmaine realized was that changing laws and changing procedures is easier than changing culture. She realized that while her film was popular with elites and it was popular with international audiences, many people in Pakistan had no way to even view the film. She built a mobile theater unit, and she made the decision that she wanted to take this power of film to change ideas and change hearts and minds and bring it to every village. They would gather people, watch these films, films like Girl in a River, but also films on economic inequality or religious tolerance, and then they would discuss them. They would talk about the changes they wanted to see in the world and the changes in society. Because the reality is, if you want to make systemic cultural change, peer-to-peer outreach is the most effective form of influence. And we're going to talk a lot about technology. I love technology. But technology should be used to enable peer-to-peer outreach, not replace it. There is no replacement for human connection and conversation. And I want to leave you here today with this quote. The real goal of the practitioner of civic power isn't to nudge the network. It's to be the network. If you want to change the world and make it not as it is, but as you wish it to be, you'll have to take the tools that you learn over the next 2 days, all the mechanisms and methods of digital influence, and turn that into real-world influence. And if you can do that, you won't just nudge the network, you'll be the network. Thank you. Time for Q&A.
If you have any questions for Adam.
Perfect.
Everything was crystal clear.
All right.
Great. Thank you very much, Adam. Next up, I'm going to invite Žiga Vrtačić. Someone's super excited. I asked Žiga about him because we don't have too much time for any intros, but I asked him what would be a topic that you can approach him in the break for. And he told me that you can speak with him in the break regarding methods and how can you approach people with the ever-shortening attention span. So how to find ways to bypass that. And Giga is going to speak about gamification and fun for the bigger influence, and I asked him, how would this topic help you guys in the way that you do business or in the way that you build your projects? This is going to help you in this sense. To use tricks from game designers in communication. Giga, good luck.
Hi, just a second, let me make sure this works. I have bad experience. It does. Hi, I'm Giga from Ljubljana, Slovenia, and I used to work at a game development company called Outfit 7. Our major hit was this game called My Talking Tom. You might remember this character. At some point we had 250 million daily active users, which is more than Twitter. So I guess we did some things right. But I got bored after a few years of like designing meaningless talking cat games. Like it gets ridiculous over time. So I decided to leave the company, but I never got bored of game design as a discipline. And I thought that there must be ways to use this knowledge that I got there in some other contexts. So to make it more impactful and useful. We started doing these things for something like more meaningful. So gamification is the use of game design elements in non-gaming contexts to make things which are boring and dull more fun and easy. Why gamification, you might ask? Because every other piece of software that you've used in your life either saves you time or money, or even both. So if you look at Uber, for example, you will like want a ride, and you will take it because it will either, you will get to a point faster than if you were walking, and also it will be cheaper as if you ordered a regular local taxi. So you don't need any special intrinsic motivators to do it, right? You'll do it because it's good for you. You know why you want it. While with games, they cost you money and time. So there's nothing for you there, basically. It's just gonna make your life harder. This is why game designers have to employ like psychological tricks and techniques which play with your intrinsic motivation. I'll show you some corporate examples in the beginning. This is the Nike Run app, you all know. There's a lot of fitness apps out there, like Garmin Connect, Fitbit, stuff like that. They basically make you do the things you don't like. So nobody likes running, but everybody wants to be fit, right? So they employ like very explicit gamification techniques like leaderboards, best scores, stuff like that. And this works when you like have a goal of doing something, you just don't like the path towards that. While what I like much better is basically more implicit techniques of methods of doing this. So for example, this is a toothbrush which has a light and a sound, a speaker. And when kids brush their teeth for long enough, a green light will blink and like a winning sound will come out, like tiri-ri-ri, and kids just want to hear that. So this way they're going to wash their teeth long enough. And then you have, for example, a LinkedIn example, which is my favorite even because it's so basic, so I can say even so simple, but it was so powerful. So, for example, when you create a LinkedIn profile, you have to enter a lot of data. Like unlike on Instagram, where you just upload your profile picture and come up with a one sentence of biography, here, to make this useful for recruiters, you have to enter like your work history, your education data, a lot of stuff, which is boring and dull. So what they did is they added this little element where you can like add a position, and it will say now your profile is 15% more complete. Or you can add your education, and it will say your profile is now 10% more complete. And there is something in human brain which makes you want to basically see this progress bar get filled. And this way they tripled the amount of data they got from their users. So how would this work in the context of social activism? This is a story about a Slovenian president, Borut Pahor. his nickname is the Queen of Instagram in our country. He's the biggest influencer, the person with the most followers in our country. And he's good at it, but also he's doing too much of that, we all believe. So there's a running joke in the country which says, what's the difference between Borut Pahor and Rihanna? And the answer is that Rihanna sometimes publishes something political on her Instagram. So he applied for a TV show, like you all have, I guess you have these kind of shows in all over countries, the roast, when somebody comes on stage and then his friends roast him for stuff he did or she did. So he decided to appear in that show, and we really believe this is too much because he was already devaluating the function of the president so badly with his Instagram activities, so we thought like, this has crossed the line, and we said, let's organize like a digital roast. Let's roast him on the internet if he really wants to be roasted. So we created a collection of all of his political failures, mistakes, affairs, corruption scandals, and like we presented them in forms of like those cards you see on the left screen. So people would find the card they find the most disturbing, and they would share it. And what we did was we gamified the sharing mechanism. So whenever you shared one of those cards, the temperature in the oven would go up for 1%. This way, like, people really wanted to share to see if we're really gonna burn the president. So they would share and ask their parents to share and their friends just to come back and see what's happening to the image of the president. And like, you can see how the animation was designed. And like in less than 30 minutes, before the first commercial break of the show, he was already roasted on the internet, and we totally hijacked the official Twitter hashtag of the show. So like, it turned out that his idea to boost his PR on the TV show was not as smart as he first believed it was. A next example, it's called Alternacija. So as you might know, in Slovenia, one of the biggest political topics, sadly, is the refugee crisis, like now for a few years. And like the alt-right politicians are really taking advantage of it, and they're really like, the hate speech is really radical and hardcore on Twitter, and not just from random users, but from actual politicians. So we wanted to stop that, and we curated a list of all the, we curated a list of all the, like, the hateful politicians, and we wrote a script which basically embedded all of their tweets when they used the word migrant. So what we did then is we changed the word migrant with the word Jew. We replaced it. That's because in Slovenia, like in many places in Europe, we have a collective memory of what happens when somebody says stuff like that about a specific group of people. So only then people realized how bad this stuff is that they're saying. So when they would, I don't know why the video is not working. Can you play it? So basically when the user would scroll through those tweets, it would say, many people said today we don't want migrants, but when you would scroll over, it would say many people said today we don't want Jews, you know. It was the same sentence, and then the campaign was sentenced like, you are one word away, you know, from the horrible thing that happened 50 years ago. So this worked so well that the politicians became afraid to even use the word migrant because they knew it will end up on this shame wall, which became increasingly popular. Here's another example. So this is a mini game we created basically on the same topic. Although we have a liberal government in place, they built a fence on our southern border. And like this fence stands just across the Kolpa River. And basically news about refugees drowning in that river became like totally normalized. Every single week there were news of refugees' corpses being found in the river. And it really shocked us how normal this is becoming. So we created a game about this so-called Balkan route from Syria to Europe, which refugees themselves call the game because they are so often returned back to where they began their journey. There was a few game worlds or levels, if you want. It began in a war camp. But the last stage was this Kolpa river where we had to like jump the corpses of migrants to reach the fence, basically. And it really shocked the public. But what we enjoyed was the global coverage, like it was heavily featured on Al Jazeera, Reuters, and many global media, which created a lot of pressure on our government. But I can't really call this a success because the fence is still there and the refugees are still drowning. Here's another mini game we did. It's called the Hen, and it's basically the Animal Welfare Association approached us because they wanted to ban the battery-caged eggs in the country because of the horrible living conditions these hens live in. So we created a game in which we wanted to make you feel like a hen. So basically what you were doing, you were avoiding the peeing and the pooping coming from above, but you couldn't really do it because as soon as you wanted to move, you would like hit the border of your small cell, you know, so you couldn't really avoid it. All you could do was like lay eggs, and when you laid 5 eggs, we asked you, okay, good job, do you want to go to level 2? And you would say yes, but when you would go to level 2, we would say, sorry, there's no level 2 for battery-caged chickens. So instead of level 2, you would get a petition to sign that you would like want the supermarkets to stop selling these eggs. And like 3 major supermarket chains committed to stop selling battery-caged eggs in the country. So this was a huge success. Now I wanted to talk about like the theory part, but I'm out of time. Sorry for a bad beginning. Take care.
Okay, are we on? Yes. The most difficult task of any influencer is to build up the following crew behind it. So the most difficult task of influencer is actually to build up influence. How to build Instagram profile from 0 to 2 million followers without using any bots. That magic is about to be presented by Weronika Bielk, co-founder Spotlight Agency from Poland. Welcome her on stage. Floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Veronika, and actually it's first time for me to be on this stage like this, so I'm sorry if I will make some mistakes. Do we have my presentation somewhere? Okay, so here we go. So I posted in my Instagram, in Insta stories, that I will have a speech with this topic, and someone commented like, can I? Thank you. Duh, it's so easy if you are just a pretty girl. But actually there are many, many pretty girls, and somehow they can't grow their Instagrams. They are still around 1,000, 5,000, even less, because it's not only this. And let's talk about it. So 2 million in 2 years wasn't so easy, but actually by logical thinking and by many other tools, it was possible for me. And first thing, quality of the content. When people enter our social media, first thing they see the main page with many posts, and by aesthetic they can decide that it's something they might follow, they might like, or it's something actually not interesting for them. Frank was talking about that it's very important to post constantly, and the posts actually should be, I would say, something new for you, because they should be similar, because people follow you because of some reasons, and they follow other people, so and they get variety from other people following their page, so there is nothing wrong with posting similar content, because like approximately they follow 200 people, so they follow you exactly for this kind of content you already post. So if someone tells you that you have to all the time post something new, surprising, that's actually not true because people can get confused. And also, probably you heard of it, as a viral content, it's the best tool to be visible, to get popular for influencers, from brands. If you have idea about it, what could actually become a viral thing, just go for it. Just look for other examples, look how other people made it, because this is how actually my profile became very popular. Some of my posts became viral in internet when the algorithms were amazing 2 years ago and competition wasn't so good. Some of my posts, they were everything in the internet, and I was gaining like 40,000 people a week, so it was just a huge amount. It's still possible, but it's a little more difficult to surprise people to post something new. But if you have idea how to make it, just go for it. It's an amazing tool. Okay, let's go. The thing I'm doing quite often, every time I grow, like at the beginning it was like every 10,000, then every 100,000, I'm thanking my followers for the fact that they are with me, and it's very important for influencer and for brands to do it, because you just show them that actually you would not be there without them, and you just show that you are grateful for all their activities under your posts, and thanks to it, they want to stay with you, they want to comment more, like more, support you when you have worse days, when you can't post this often, or when you just post sometimes too many commercials, because as influencers, obviously we earn money on Instagram, YouTube, so it's not all the time a really nice content for them, but they accept the fact that it has to be there because it's our like tool to earn money. So it's very, very important to just thank people for the fact that they stay with us. This is what I'm doing also very often. I'm posting like sometimes my personal opinions. I'm asking them about their opinions, and thanks to it, I'm building relationship with them. They know about my point of views about many situations, and they can relate. Sometimes they can judge, and I allow them to judge me. I also thank them for their opinions because they are really priceless. Yeah, so actually I just talk about it. Okay, and the thing I'm also doing, I'm planning my post sometimes even 1 month before, when I already know where I will go, when I already know for what brand I will post. I plan everything so the content can actually have better quality, can be more visible, and also I have a team who helps me already, because 2 million is quite a big amount, and some brands are very demanding if it's going about content. So we just sit, we plan with brands, we plan with the team. Sometimes we have even groups when we check like possible engagement, and it really works. We also check how other influencers work and interact, and we check their activities and their engagement, so we can apply to our posts, and yeah, it really helps. My posts, I add approximately around 1 post a day, and it's something what my followers expect, and usually from other influencers too, because they want to see no more 1 post or 2 posts a day, and if I'm not posting, they already ask me if everything is okay. So, and I said about it before, similar photos, it's nothing wrong to post similar pictures, because people get variety from other profiles, so scrolling through main page, they already get different posts, so they don't get tired of your content. Okay, cross-posting. That's a new tool since we have Insta Stories, and it's an amazing thing. for influencers and for the brands, because we can, with many girls or brands, we can share content on our Insta stories, promoting other profiles, and they do it for us in return. It's so amazing that sometimes from one girl who has similar profile to me, just for example, different country, it was possible for me to gain even 20,000 followers in a day. Just because I crossed my profile with her, I noticed that this profile is little similar to mine, so I knew that her followers will just notice me and they would probably decide to follow me since the content is similar and this is something they want to watch every day. So you can see here. Also, with other influencers from even like who are posting something different than me. For example, I didn't post so much from travels in the beginning, but because I had crosses with influencers who were travel influencers, I got lots of work, lots of travel projects, and thanks to it, I could also work in this industry. Appearing in TV obviously helped a little, but not as much as cross-posting with influencers. Media publications, if there are like big news pages, obviously it helps, but also the biggest tool is just cross-posting with other influencers. Also, I don't have a YouTube channel, but because I was appearing in other YouTube channels, it helped me grow a lot and get new audience. Yeah, so as you can see, it's just like sometimes big amounts. If I'm not doing cross-posting, it's approximately like 15,000 new followers a week. When I do cross-posting, the best months it was also like plus 50,000, plus 60,000, because it really made me grow. And also, what I recommend my influencers in agency to work with big brands even if they don't offer big money, because it's something interesting about big brands, for example, like Guess. They don't want to pay big money because they already give you big audience. Guess has 5 million followers in their Instagram, so actually for me, working with them is a big prestige. So even though I also do it for money, I recommend smaller influencers to just get into relationship with big brands, because they give them visibility, they give them prestige, and then increase trust, because if they work for big brands, smaller brands, they want to work with them too. So also I will quickly tell one story about New Balance. I work with New Balance Poland, and for me it was very surprising when I came for the first meeting with the marketing team. And always when I meet brand, they tell me what they expect from my post, from my promotion and New Balance. It was super surprising because they organized all meeting for me, and first what they asked was, how can we help you? And this is what like, this tells about successful brand a lot, because they said like, if you grow, we grow because you are our ambassador. So it was like one of the best meetings I had with brand, and actually they organized for me so many like giveaways, campaigns, so they helped me grow a lot, and at the same time they were growing, but they gave me tools. So it's something amazing for brands, agencies to do also, to just think how we can help influencers to grow because they are growing through this. Giveaways. But I don't know if I have enough time to talk about giveaways, which is also amazing tools for brand and agencies to grow, and also for influencers. I'm sure you heard about it, and it's something what works for last 2 years. And actually, I don't know, like 1 minute, I can't talk more. Okay, so I will just skip it. Maybe I will talk about it during my panel. I will be somewhere at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so you can ask questions about giveaways and more about something I already said. But also staying humble is super important for influencers, also for brands who are growing, because if you are showing people that we are still on the same page, we are still on the same level, they actually feel that like, maybe this dream can also become their dream, and they want to follow something what is reachable for them. So it's extremely important to just stay humble in social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. I've seen you taking pictures, I've seen you taking notes. We strongly encourage you to be social. These are the hashtags, DigiComNet and Influencers in Action. We strongly encourage you to use them. Also tag our page, digicomnet.org. Veronica's mentioned about questions. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time in order to take questions, but we have the app, we have the Slido app, where you can reply. There's a small button there. We encourage interaction both between you and between the speakers and the participants. Until tomorrow, when Veronica's panel is going to be, we encourage you to ask her and share some information with her, maybe share some thoughts with her and between you guys. Next up, we spoke about how you become an influencer on Instagram. Now we're going to explore this with Nazli, how you can work with an influencer. Nazli Özgur is founder and CEO of Moongate. She comes from Turkey, and she's going to speak about choosing a suitable influencer for the campaign. Give it up for Nazli.
Hi, it's work, yeah. Hello, my name is Nazli. Thank you for the introduction. I'm from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm a travel blogger and influencer, and yesterday we were talking with our friends here. Actually, I don't like the word influencer at all, and it's a very common thing among many influencers. But we must acknowledge that we live in a digital world, and being an influencer is one of the most important professions today in the digital age. And it's true that we influence people with our experiences, styles, opinions, and sometimes with our emotions. So let me talk a little bit of myself, and I would like to tell you about my journey to become an influencer. Actually, I remember those days very well. I've been on Instagram since 9 years, and to be more precise, since the first week that the application was launched. One day I was on holiday with my friends, and we were on the way from the beach, and one of my friends said, you know, there is a new application launched this week, and it's called Instagram. And of course I asked her, what is it about? And she said, you know, it looks like Facebook, people are posting photos there. The first thing I thought was, why would I post the same photos to another application if we already have Facebook? Because, you know, in those days, Facebook was more or less the only, but certainly the biggest social network in the world, and it wasn't discovered by our grandparents yet. But I'm a quite curious person, so the next day I downloaded the application, and I got very surprised because, first of all, the photos I saw there were not like Facebook friends and family photos. They looked much more professional, and they were mostly like landscape, portrait photos. So since photography has always been a passion to me, I bought my first analog camera on 2000s, during around 2000s. And since I was already on holiday, which means a lot of content, I started to take the photos of beautiful beaches, sunsets, charming cocktails, dogs and the cats around, and I started to post on Instagram. But the first results I got were quite unsatisfying because, first of all, my photos didn't look like the photos I was seeing there. The colors were not impressive. There were some elements missing. Then I discovered editing, which is now today one of the most important features of Instagram. So it's true that in the beginning, Instagram was only a photography application, but by time it became one of the world's most important social networks. The first time I realized that transition was around the time that I started to regularly post about my travels. Suddenly I started to get questions from people that I don't know at all. And they were asking me, where is this place? What is the name of that restaurant? Would you recommend to stay in that hotel? or how many days would be enough to visit this city, or when it would be the best time to visit that country. Then also my transition from being a regular corporate marketing manager to a full-time traveler, blogger, and since 2 years, influencer marketing consultant has also started. So today I have 232,000 followers on Instagram, and I mostly share about traveling, which makes me a travel influencer, obviously. And although it sounds like an interesting and exciting work, it has many necessities and obligations like any other work in the world. For example, during the travels, you need to wake up very early in the morning to take the photo of a certain place, like Sweet Stefan, without anyone else around. Or sometimes you walk up to 20 kilometers per day with a very heavy bag because it contains all of your photography equipment like the camera, different lenses, the drone. You need to plan each and every step of your days and sometimes even of your outfits. And sometimes you do crazy things like swimming with the sharks, paragliding, parasailing, eating strange things, which I have never done and I don't think I will ever do. But all those things have one goal in common. It's to produce the most unique content and is to inspire people with your experiences. So speaking of the content, a powerful content is the only tool that the influencers have to convey their opinions, their messages, attract attention, and to gain loyal followers. A high quality and good influential content is what makes an influencer an opinion leader, a pioneer, who is trusted by, who has very emotional, genuine communication with the followers. And this bond with thousands and sometimes millions of people is something invaluable for the brands because you are a digital brand in a digital world where people consume content. So I don't want to bore you with the figures, but here on this slide you can see the size of influencer marketing today. So it's not surprising that there are thousands of people out there who want to become an influencer. And I'm sure the influencers in this room would agree that it's one of the questions that we most frequently get from the people. Well, there is not a magical tip in it. First of all, of course, you need to work very hard. But what I usually suggest is that define who you are, how you want to change the world. Is there a message that you want to share with the people? Think and find your niche, the segment that you best fit in. And of course, once you find it, you need to regularly start to produce content. It's not enough. Not to mention that the quality of the photos and the videos you are sharing with the people should be very high. And you need to pay attention to your usage of words, the way you are delivering your messages, and the way you are expressing yourself. In addition, you need to follow the trends and inform your followers about those trends. But it would be the perfect case if you can be the one who set the trends. And there is one thing which is very important is that you need to be consistent because consistency is what makes your followers convert into fans who know exactly what to expect from your feed, from your content. And finally, I should say that, of course, you need to interact with your followers. You need to reply their questions. You should be the one who is asking them questions. And if they spend time with you to say that your content is inspiring and it's very good, you should also, of course, thank them. And there is one big trend in the world, which is storytelling. Stories are always inspiring and engaging, and because it allows the listener to imagine your story, and also it offers an opportunity of interaction between you and the listeners. Actually, I would like, how many minutes left? 3 minutes. Okay, then I will skip that. Screens are gone. And one last and very important element is that you should do the technical analysis of your Instagram posts. We will be analyzing this during tomorrow's workshop, much more in detail. But in summary, a good technical analysis allows you to understand your followers and their needs. And it's always important to compare your posts in terms of some numbers like the reach, impressions, profile visits, the number of the saves and the comments, your rate to hit the explore page, and of course your engagement rate. But we will talk about it, discuss about it tomorrow. So to conclude with, I must say that there is room for everyone. It's not too late. Yes, the competition is very fierce on social media, but as long as you have a passion and you have something unique to share with people, you will be successful. You just need to invest on yourself, and thank you.
Indeed, inspirational. All of the speeches, let's give a round of applause for all the people that shared their stories here. Really, really inspirational. Now, what inspired me in life is actually journalism. I come from a journalism background, and I've done my tenure in CNN Money in New York, and I am very proud to introduce here on stage our MLAC Bordeaux editor, CNN USA. And now, very interesting and important topic. Traditional media, influencers, what they can learn from each other. So being in CNN, I've learned that digital technologies are the future in journalism. How to, let's say, mix and mingle traditional media and journalism and these things, what you do, a right person for it. Your stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hey, how's it going? How's everybody feeling? Yeah? We hope no more microphone malfunctions, no more ducking and dodging. So when I was thinking about this topic, I was coming at it from the vantage point of spending 10 years as a journalist at CNN. So 10 years in traditional media. And of course, when I first started at CNN, Twitter was just launching. We actually had Twitter classes. We formed our own handles. We learned how to tweet hashtags. It all seems like not so long ago, actually. So we're in a completely new world. But I want to go back even further to my first influencer. That's me when I was a kid. Obviously, amazing glasses. And I had a somewhat unusual upbringing in the United States. How many Americans do you know who didn't have a TV growing up? How many people here had a TV growing up? Okay, so like a lot of people had, so I didn't have a TV. My parents were actually really concerned about the influence that broadcast media might have on their young daughter. We actually listened to records. I was born in 1985. We listened to records at my house. That's true. But I really wanted a TV because when I went to class, all the kids in school were talking about television shows. They were talking about cartoons. They were talking about MTV, and I was like, out of the conversation, right? So one day, my family and I are walking down the street, and we see a TV that's thrown out. A neighbor had thrown it out. And I convinced my parents, actually, if we gave this TV a home, it might be like recycling. And this was a winning argument for my eco-friendly parents. So, you know, the argument matters, right? So I got a TV, we plugged it in, took it home, it worked, which was amazing, but it only got one channel. Does anybody here know who this guy is? The Americans do, for sure. Okay, so this is Mr. Rogers. He had a show on public broadcasting for I think 50 years. And it was called Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And he had puppets, and he sang songs. But he came at his entire show not from the perspective of an entertainer, first and foremost, but actually from the perspective of an influencer. He really believed that kids are shaped by the media that they consume, and as we all are, right? And he wanted to encourage people to be curious, to be kind, to be open-hearted, to be good neighbors. He would sing this song. Do you guys know the song? Won't you be, please won't you be my neighbor? And it was like this, that was his influence, that he wanted people to be good neighbors. And I think this is important now because obviously we don't live in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. We live in a very different world, but I think it's really important for all of us to consider what kind of stories we're telling every day, what kind of stories we're telling in individual tweets, and what the totality of our message really is. And really thinking about the world that we want to live in, and whether or not what we're doing as individuals and collectively is going towards that or taking us further away. So I was thinking about frenemies because, as we all know, we only have limited attention. Thank you all for spending some of it here. That's amazing. And we all want to eat and pay our rent. And if you're in the business of storytelling, that means that we're all competing with each other. Because advertisers go where attention is, right? Without advertisers, a lot of us are not keeping the lights on. So this is our current world where we're in competition some of the time, but we really also need to be in communication. We need to be learning from each other, what works, what doesn't, where we've made mistakes. And one of these big key issues is this issue of trust, which the ambassador touched upon earlier, and I was really glad she did. Trust is critical, and once trust is gone, it's really hard to get back. So there's lots of talk in journalistic circles about the crisis of trust within journalism. We talk about it a lot. But actually, this survey done by Edelman, which is a US communications firm, they polled tens of thousands of people around the world, they found that actually people have less trust in social media than traditional, which is really interesting. Now, I mean, we can debate, maybe there's other studies that show something different, but I think it's critical for all of us to think about, are we contributing to more trust, or is something that we're doing eroding it? So I was thinking about what influencers do really well, and something that I wish I could get traditional media to do more of. And so I illustrated this with, of course, emojis. The first one is influencers are amazing at having unique voice. And that's really because influencers and social media publishers are thinking about what they're doing from the reverse of what traditional media does. So traditional media says, this is our audience, like CNN tells stories about the world to the world. And so we want to appeal to a very broad audience, which means that sometimes the stories that we tell really don't have much voice. And then people maybe get bored or they don't connect. But the thing that's great about influencers, you guys all have voices and they're distinctive. You start with the voice and then the audience comes. Along with that is humor. Giga is one of the funniest people I know, and I'm so jealous. I wish we could better incorporate humor in a lot of what we do as journalists. Because humor, memes, these are the ways that people are communicating. These are the way we're getting through barriers and asking people to pay attention to us. It's fun to laugh, right? So humor is something that social media publishers, you guys are winning on this. This is something traditional media needs to catch up with. The other thing is the backstory. So if you've been following along on the hashtag of this conference, like you've seen, the backstory of how people got here. You've seen the flights and the mornings and the beaches and this kind of stuff, right? And I think one of the things that really builds trust is people want to know. They want to know the story, but they also want to know how you did it. That's certainly true for journalists. Like sometimes a story might be amazing, but nobody knows how the story came to be. And that transparency is actually really helpful. It creates a human connection. Questions are answered and people have access in, right? So here's a few examples of people that I think do these things pretty well. Celeste Barber, she has 5 million Instagram followers. And she's almost version, 5.0 maybe on Instagram. So what she's doing is she's playing with this visual language of Instagram, and she's saying, okay, this is what's really popular. She's a comedian, so she's kind of doing these riffs on it. So it's voice, it's humor, and it fits with her brand. She's a comedian, right? So it's this all works together. This is Annie Rose Ramos. She's a colleague and friend. She works at NBC. And this is an example of backstory that I think is really important. So Annie Rose was down covering migration on the US-Mexico border. Obviously, migration is a big story in all of our countries at the moment. But not every story that journalists hear gets on the news. Not everything that you all experience makes it into a post, right? So what Annie Rose did is, there was a young child who died in US custody. And Annie Rose was working on that story. But what she did was on Instagram, she posted all the other kids whose stories she had reported on and witnessed, but who didn't make the evening news. And I think that's really important because it shows you that just because you saw one story, journalists and others among us, we are basing our stories on a whole pool of knowledge that might be invisible. And so the backstory is a really great way to make what's invisible visible and build trust. So lessons from traditional media. These are not as fun. There's no unicorn emojis in this one. The first one, set some ground rules. Like decide what's important to you and what you're trying to do, what money you might accept, what advertisers you might work with, what advertisers you wouldn't work with, who you want to partner with. Just think about it in advance, because sometimes an offer might come up that's too good to pass up, but it might actually be counter to your bigger mission. These two go together. Check everything before you post and have an editor. We're all in Montenegro. It's my first time in Montenegro. It's been amazing. I love it here. But there's a lot about this place that I don't understand. And I want to make sure that when I post something, I'm not getting it wrong or I'm not saying something that's inadvertently offensive. These are really important, especially because when you're your own brand, you can't just walk away from a mistake. That follows you. And then the thing that I think we should all think about is that sometimes people get turned off from the news, which bums me out because I think news is really important. But I understand. And a lot of times what they say is, news is always negative. Does that resonate with you? Anybody? Right? Like, do you want to read about another war or another famine? Like, it gets hard, right? And so sometimes news gets a knock for being problem-oriented or negative-oriented, right? And people know, we know that even on our worst day, there's something good that happens, right? And actually for social media, it's kind of the opposite, right? Sometimes people are like, oh, it all looks good on Instagram. But, you know, we're not posting about the jet lag, we're posting the pictures of the beach outside, right? And so I think it's good for all of us to think about telling a more complete story. And so this woman does it really well. This is a friend of mine, Katie Hawkins Gar. And 3 years ago, in her mid-30s, Katie unexpectedly became a widow. Her husband, my friend, Jamie, died when he was running a race. And she did what writers do. She started writing about it. She has this newsletter, My Sweet Dumb Brain, which you can sign up for. I recommend it. It's amazing. And she captures the totality. She captures the dark days. She captures what it's like to date again. She captures all of the nuance of this strange, weird turn that her life has taken. And it's really valuable because sharing this, kicking the door open to our own experiences, allows others in. So going back to my first influencer, I think this is a wonderful opportunity. I know a lot of you guys. I'm excited to get to know the rest of you. Find me, ask your questions, tell me what you're doing, because this is critical. Governments are getting involved in the practice of regulating what has been really free speech. And I think it's really critical for all of us to take stock of our own responsibilities and our collective responsibilities in this moment. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Emma. I will be the person with surprises today. And I have a question. Who downloaded the Vote Me app? Room for improvement. I'm going to raise the stakes a little bit, and I'm going to announce two prizes. One that actually comes from Emma, which is a surprise. I'm not going to share too much info about it. And the second, which is an invitation for the person that's going to be the best networker here. It's an invitation for our next event, which is going to happen in Armenia in September. And then we're going to follow up with information regarding that event. Next up, we've seen the word cloud today, and it was disinformation in politics regarding the top themes of interest for you. Yeah. How to get? How to get the ballots in the chat. You are in the chat? Yes. So I'll once again the link. Yes. Great. Thank you very much for asking that question. We've seen that disinformation is a very hot topic. This is why we have Becky and Alex from Zig Network that come from UK, from United Kingdom, and they're going to speak about how to tackle disinformation via networks of influence. So, Becky, Alex, good luck.
Sorry, we were too busy discussing our last speaker's excellent outfit. Hopefully you all noticed that. Sadly, Alex and I are not dressed quite as glamorously.
Speak for yourself, Becky.
I'm Becky, this is Alex, and we're from Zinc Network, and we're going to be talking about countering disinformation through a network of influences. But before we go into that, just a couple of news stories that we found recently, which we thought would be of interest. First up, I don't know if anyone saw this, but there's this thing called climate change, and obviously cows contribute a lot to climate change. But don't worry, scientists have found this amazing fart bag that will capture the farts and therefore solve global warming. So that's good news.
But some bad news from Iraq, where a captured ISIS fighter was found with an iPhone X, which not only had Barack Obama on speed dial, but also Justin Trudeau.
Dodgy indeed. And then also bad news for the Catholic Church in that 2 old boys were arrested for putting marijuana in the incense burner. Dodgy. So hopefully, given the title of our presentation is about disinformation, there's probably a bit of a clue in that these stories are in fact not true, although I'm particularly sad about the fart bag. And most of these stories that we've just told are obviously quite harmless, but there is a much darker side to fake news, and that is what we call disinformation. Disinformation, I think it's important to actually articulate what it is because people use it to mean all sorts of things. For us, it's about deliberate creation and dissemination of false content, and it's about the intention behind it. It's information that is created with the intention to deceive and with the intention to harm society. And that's what fundamentally Zinc Network looks at. So just to quickly talk about the impacts of disinformation, they are actually very considerable rather. First of all, they can weaken international alliances, they can distort domestic political discourse. I don't know if anyone has heard of this thing called Brexit that's happening in the UK at the moment, but obviously that bus on the side is technically kind of disinformation, and that has caused huge problems in the UK with polarization, which is the third point, is fueling polarization. And it can corrode confidence in political systems. Just to give you a scale of the problem.
Yeah, so we pulled together a few facts that we found quite shocking about the scale of fakery out there. And of course, it's not just fake news, it's fake profiles, fake experts, fake polls. The internet is completely riddled with this stuff. So Facebook announced recently that they'd actually deleted 2.2 billion fake accounts, and that was in just 3 months. We also found out that more than half of social media traffic comes from bots. Obviously, a lot of that is fake followers, and we know that that's really used a lot by disinformation actors who are deliberately putting fake news out there. They will actually have a bot network that will amplify their content around the world. And we also know that China alone is estimated to employ 2 million people to create fake posts, essentially, promoting the government and supporting the government. And of course, you can't talk about disinformation without talking about Russia. So Russia, of course, during the American presidential election campaign, got a little bit involved, allegedly. And Facebook said that the campaign that they launched, in fact, reached 126 million Facebook users.
So as Zinc Network, we try and take this humongous problem and look at how to solve it. The challenge with disinformation is that it's always existed, like hundreds of years ago. But what we have now is social media, which is enabling it to be created more easily and spread far more easily. I don't know if anyone's heard of the phrase digital wildfire, but that is, I think, a good way to sum up disinformation. So what we try and do instead of actually stopping disinformation is just build resilience to it. And there's a couple of ways to do these things. There's improving media literacy, particularly with digital literacy, supporting independent media, filling an information vacuum. So if there's only ever one side of the story being told, let's try and tell the other side of the story. Building awareness about the threat of hostile foreign influence. And then finally, creating evidence-based, and that's a particularly important point, which I'll come back to, evidence-based positive alternative narratives that will essentially implicitly counter disinformation. And it's that we're going to be talking about in more detail. But before we go on to talk about that, I think we should probably talk about Zinc Network just a little bit.
Yeah, so Zinc Network is a global communications agency. There are about 150 people working for Zinc all around the world. We run projects in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, in Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa. We have offices in Australia as well as London. We work in South Asia, pretty broad geographical spread. And we run campaigns to influence behavior and to promote positive social change. Everything we do is geared towards promoting some kind of positive social change in the world. So we have 3 particular specialisms. We do a lot of work countering extremism. So we work to counter messaging that's coming out of groups like ISIS and Boko Haram, and we try to stop young people from falling into the hands of those kind of groups. We also work in the field of security and conflict resolution. So an example would be in Somalia. I'm sure you all know about the war that happened in Somalia a few years ago. We did a lot of work in the post-conflict situation, helping to rebuild trust in Somali democracy, helping to bring together the warring tribes and the warring factions within Somalia. And we also do a lot of work, and I have to say an increasing amount of work, around disinformation, the global disinformation threat. And we're going to explain a little bit how that works in a minute. And the way we do this, with any issue we tackle, sometimes we launch campaigns, so you might see a big branded campaign. Other times we work through networks. So we work through civil society groups that we partner with, in other words, charities, small community organizations, and we also work a lot with influencers. So you might be asking, why use influencers? Obviously, half of you are influencers, you know very well why influencers are important. So first of all, we know that this is the future. Already, younger viewers are watching 2.5 times more video on the internet than they are on TV. And we know there is an issue around trust. There's a growing issue around trust with influencers. But we know that still influencers are trusted, particularly by young people. And I think we have a statistic, don't we, that I think, was it millennials say that they trust their favorite influencer understands them better than their best friends.
So well done to any of the influencers in here. That's good.
Indeed. And finally, we know that by using our digital marketing techniques combined with the work of influencers, we're able to reach really niche, specific, and relevant audiences. And we also know that if somebody subscribes to a particular influencer, a YouTuber, or an Instagrammer who has a positive message, we know they're being exposed to that message again and again. It's an ongoing relationship. And finally, we know that influencers, they really know how to speak to their audience. You guys, you're the experts. You know YouTube, you know Instagram way better than we do as an agency, way better than our clients do, way better than, frankly, mainstream media does. You guys really understand social media, and so that's what we're tapping into.
So just to give you an idea of a particularly interesting influencer campaign, just want to go over a typical project response.
Okay, so our client has approached us about a tricky political situation in Westeros. Maybe some of you recognize these guys. I don't know. I'm actually not a fan myself. So we have a situation. King's Landing is a hostile enemy power. They want to exert influence in Winterfell because they want a little piece of Winterfell for themselves. They want to move in and take some of Winterfell's territory. So they are exerting influence. Now, how do they do this? Basically, they want to undermine democracy, undermine trust in the institutions of Winterfell, undermine trust in the government, create division within society. So they pump messages into Winterfell. They do it through their own media outlets, and they do it through sympathetic voices within Winterfell itself. And the messages that they're putting out are these. They're saying that the government and security services in Winterfell are totally corrupt. They're saying that the government of Winterfell doesn't protect you. It's not providing for your security. And it's not giving you economic opportunities either. It doesn't care about you. And they're saying the aristocracy of Winterfell, they hate you. They hate the working people. So they're really trying to foment division. And I should say, this very important point, these narratives are not true. They have a kernel of truth, and that's really important with disinformation narratives. They always start from a kernel of truth. So yes, there have been instances of corruption, but it's not the case that everything that happens in the government of Winterfell is corrupt. It's not the case that the government's doing nothing about public services, and it's not the case that the aristocrats hate the working men.
So the first thing that we would do in getting this interesting brief is to go and talk to the people of Winterfell and understand actually what is the evidence that we can use to create what we call counter-narratives. So for example, if there are instances of the government that has provided economic opportunities or security, or likewise that they're providing services or tackling corruption. But the third one, which I think is a really interesting territory to be in, is understand what would encourage someone to be proud of Winterfell, to make them less vulnerable to disinformation. Then we actually go about creating our network of influencers. I hope there are Game of Thrones fans in here, by the way, otherwise this whole presentation doesn't make any sense. Okay, good, just checking. So we have micro-influencers, we obviously have Lord Tyrion, sorry about the size joke, and then macro-influencers, we have One the Giant. And there are pros and cons of working with both micro and macro influencers.
So micro-influencers, they're really targeted. You know, they have access to a particular niche and a particular audience set. Often they can really get you into a very specific geographical area, for instance, or a particular community. Micro-influencers, in general, from an agency point of view, are easier to work with because, you know, they're excited to be involved in a project. You know, they're happy to take feedback from you. They want to work together, and they're also, I have to say, cheaper, which is quite important for our clients. However, sometimes, not always, but sometimes their creative knowledge, their knowledge of YouTube or Instagram can be a little bit lower, of course, because they've not quite reached that level yet. Macro-influencers, on the other hand, they have a big audience and they've built up a lot of credibility with that audience, which is a very, very valuable commodity, which is why, of course, macro-influencers do cost more money. They have higher creative standards. Again, this is not a golden rule, but they certainly have an understanding of what works for their audience. Sometimes, in our experience, they can be a little more challenging to work with, purely because they already know what they do, which is great from the point of view of creating fantastic content, but it can be slightly more challenging when it comes to incorporating the goals of the campaign into their content. So one thing that's really important to talk about is our code of conduct. Because everything that we do is driven by a very clear set of ethics and standards. And this is something that we communicate with our influencers. They all receive the code of conduct, we talk them through it. And essentially what it means is that we expect people to follow very rigorous editorial standards of accuracy, truth-telling, fact-checking, respecting privacy, respecting the law, respecting the needs of contributors. In my background, I used to work for the BBC, and the editorial standards that we use at Zinc are almost the same as the BBC editorial standards. They're based on the BBC editorial standards. And the reason for having this is that our intent is to protect society. Our intent is not to harm society like disinformation actors. We're there to protect it. So we also never use fake accounts. We don't use bots. We're using real influencers who already have the, they have a particular point of view. We're helping to amplify their point of view.
And just very quickly on the benefits of networks, I know we've got less than 1 minute left. So we feel it's important not just working with either micro or macro influencers, but to get different influencers all together. The reasons being is that you want to access all of your audiences in Winterfell. They're not always going to be following the same influencer, so make sure you have a group of people that you're willing to work with. It also means that when you deliver capacity building or any advice, you can do it with all of your influencers, and that's kind of time efficient and cost efficient. Again, just to reiterate this point, having an appropriate influencer for the message is incredibly positive. And just to kind of network in action, so Zinc Network runs the Open Information Partnership. It has a website, it's all official. And what we do is bring together organizations from around Eastern and Western Europe who are all looking to counter disinformation in any way, whether that's fact-checking or else. But finally, very quickly, onto lessons learned.
Yeah, we wanted to share some of the lessons that we've learned through working with influencers for a number of years. So it's definitely challenging to find that balance between allowing the influencer creative control, which they absolutely rightly expect to have because it's their channel, it's their voice, and we totally respect that, but also the needs of our campaigns and the needs of the work that we're doing. And so you have to find that balance, and that's different for every influencer that you work with. And really, one of the best ways to do that, we find, is to establish really clear expectations and boundaries right at the start of the process about the way the collaboration is going to work. So we always produce very rigorous set of guidelines, which includes how much time people have to make a video, how many rounds of feedback there are going to be. We make sure all of that is agreed very clearly up front. have FaceTime. It's really important for us to get out there and meet the influencers. You know, we're working all over the world in lots of different places, but we find that it makes such a huge difference if we actually go and meet them. So usually we have local staff who are there to manage those relationships, get to know the influencers and smooth that process. And we also go and deliver training. We deliver training and capacity building. We share our experience with the influencers, we help to network them together, and it just creates a good vibe with the influencers, which means that then we know that we're partnering, we're co-creating content. And finally, it's important to be in it for the long haul. This isn't a one-night stand, you know, this is a long-term relationship that you're entering into. So it's important to, you know, we find we get the best results from an influencer once we've worked with them for a while. Normally the first video, you know, you can occasionally have a few rocky issues, but you tend to smooth those out, and then you form a really productive and fantastic partnerships.
So just in summary, I think at Zinc, we believe that disinformation is one of the biggest social challenges that we are going to face over the next couple of generations. Influencers are going to be the way that we help solve it. So to kind of coincidentally totally echo what the ambassador was saying earlier, this is your opportunity, influencers, to make a huge difference, and to quote her, be the guardians of the galaxy. So good luck.
Thank you.
Now, the fuel to explore the galaxy and to be guardians are the hashtags. DGConnect and influencers in action. Please use them if you want to embrace the opportunity to say where you are, what you do, and who is on stage. Okay, Estonia is a country that is booming in the world of startups, in the world of digital, and it's actually a very good representative of Europe currently. So, real power behind personal brand and influence and how to get it. Now, before I introduce the speaker on this topic, I want you all to remember what I tell you now. So you have 30 seconds pitch after this speech to prepare. Whoever wants to be on the stage, first who raises hands after the speech, can present their idea, can present their blog, their whatever you do to influence, and if you want to become an influencer. It will be in 30 seconds, and first one or two people that raise hands can grab the stage and present themselves. So, talking about Estonia now, you know the Skype is there, and Lizzie Tom is actually there, personal branding and consulting coach. Real power behind the personal brand and influence and how to get it. This floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Wow, my mind is blown from all the speeches that have just ended, and it's been such a mass of information about millions of followers you can get, how to do that. So I'm actually want to take you to another journey, but before that, the last speech, final image was the Avengers, not the Galaxy, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and I'm a huge fan of Avengers, so I'm really happy that they showed that, and I wanted to just correct that it's not only the Galaxy, but the whole universe of Avengers. But, so you've had a lot of view from the outside, what you should do for the outside. And you have the possibility to do the 30-second speech. What I try to offer you now, if you take it, is to actually go inside you. And this is going to be very personal, 15 minutes, because I don't want you to think about anyone else but you, you, you. So take a moment, close your eyes if you feel comfortable here. If not, don't. And try to remember the last time you felt so good in doing something that you didn't even remember picking up your phone and taking a picture of it. You had to really try hard to do something, push your limits, bring some effort to it, and you completely lost the count of time, wired, what you have to do as a communicator or an influencer. And just try to remember the feeling of it. Just the feeling. How did it feel? Just got my psychology diploma. I should have got it today. I should have been in Estonia to get it. And I was almost crying by the poolside because I was so proud of myself. It took me 4 years to make it, but it took me 10 years to get there, to even apply for studying there, because I thought that I could never make it. And these are the moments when you actually feel what you want to do with your life. I even get goosebumps from myself now. So these are the moments that you actually feel satisfied, you feel successful, you feel that you have a voice, even though it doesn't matter maybe for other people. So even though Estonia is a digital world, I am mostly going to talk about you. And you are not digital. You are actually in a world where you probably feel like you're a media organization, or you're expected as an to be a media organization, but most of the people don't have the tools to cope with it. And it has been my process, my 10-year journey, to bring the person back to the brand. So one of the speakers mentioned about policy changes, and it's hard to do it. And last week, I got a confirmation that the way I have talked about personal branding and influence has actually made some change in policies for big companies. I was leading a panel in a big bank in Estonia about personal branding. And can you imagine a company inviting somebody to tell their employees how they could build their brand, make them so valuable that other people want them? How does that feel for a company? Do you feel it's a good idea? No? Who thinks it's a good idea? I think it's a good idea as well. And I'm sad that there's only a few hands here. Because when you, as a company, or as one of the previous speakers said, a big brand, you can grow with the person and both win, then we actually have something to talk about. Because if you don't grow and you only look at the company, how they can benefit from you, you are a product. And that's actually what's been attached to personal branding, and that's something that I have detached for 10 years, and it's working. So what's the problem with attaching a product label to a brand? Over the 10 years, I've seen clients who come to me for a counsel of marketing. So I need to market myself, my skills. Mostly they are people with great experience, experts in their field, scientists, they are IT specialists, they are artists, people who have niche or even a audience, but who feel that because other people around them are marketing, they should do it too to have a brand. And also now the companies and the brands that most influencers work for are thinking the same thing. The marketers themselves are saying that you have to be a marketer. You have to market your employees, products, and you. You have to sell you. Visibility is equal with competence. So the more you're visible, the more competent you are. Do you think that's true? Who thinks that's true? Okay. What are you competent in if you're visible? Being visible, but not always, of course. Mostly you are then competent in being visible, in using the tools to be visible. It doesn't give you like a temple that, yes, you are also competent in what you're saying. And that's the problem, that these two are linked. Your value is defined by external factors. So I'm working with as well in performance training. And what I see is that when they're given this input that they do to get more, higher, further, faster, they never get that their own effort is valued, their own, what they are is valued. And what it ends up with is the fear of not measuring up. And why I'm getting here and why I'm talking so much about it is that most experts and also influencers in digital space who could actually say something, if they take all that and they're really focusing on what others want, what is the next logarithm that I have to see, what is the next platform I have to be, and you're gonna always focus on the marketing side, but never on the competent side. And where your voice, that's been talked about here, where your voice comes from is not only the marketing side, it comes for the marketers. But to have a unique voice, you have to do something, to learn something, to grow something inside you, your skills, your interests that you speak about. So fear of measuring up is something that the real experts struggle, and that's why they are not seen. Because they don't want to put something in, because they take a year long to think about this one blog post that they should publish that would be worthy of it. So to give you some questions that you can think for the 30 seconds, there are 4 main questions that is my personal brand model that I use. And just let me say that I use 60% of time with my clients to focus on the 2 first ones. And just try to answer them now as you see them coming. So who are you? And don't ask me like, what do you mean with that? I can say from psychologist side, probably you'll say your title, your profession, but go beyond that. That much I can give you. So what can you do? Is it some interesting combination of your skills, your interests, history, communication, and I wanted to be in Tartu. I got a job in the Estonian Museum without any experience because I just wanted it. I started, do you know Ibiza? Ibiza, the island? Tell me another word that describes Ibiza. Party, I heard that most. I started to combine Ibiza and hiking. How successful do you think I was? Yeah. Well, after 5 years, I still have people inquiring me to give advice or guide them in their trips. And I stirred the local small community of hikers who were giving that as a service. And they started saying something like, we are the real original hikers. So hiking in Ibiza, and it took me 6 months of blogging and actually hiking. So who do you influence? Who is your target group? You know all that question. But who is that person you actually want to be with? Not that you know who gives you the money, but who is somebody you feel comfortable being with. And where are you visible? So we've talked about platforms, but I say that it's easier sometimes to get the traditional media, and I dare say that traditional media actually gives you more power as a digital influencer just as well. Legitimate, kind of make you legitimate. And the last be something you start with in the first place. Why, oh why? Why digital? Why social media? Why being influencer? Why this topic? If you know these questions, and I've built like a whole personal brand audit around that, which is quite long, but it's worthwhile. People come out as really good salesperson after that about it's okay what I post because they already know what they're about, what is their value. They don't have to worry about the logarithms, because they know what they do and they're always step ahead in their game. So I've always answered these same 5 questions when I do something. And well, I have been influencer for introduced to him as a friend of Norway because I was so, it's just a fantastic country. For sheltering cats and for personal branding in a way where the person is more important than the brand, because without the person, there's not going to be a brand. So there is a challenge to take, and they said that I have 20 people who do that. I have giveaways. One is that, the other's a bit smaller. So if you want a cup, which is, trust me, I'm an influencer, because it's important. Think about the first thing I asked you. What do you really enjoy doing? What's unique for you professionally? Take a picture either from here if you don't have running around with your, I don't know, sneakers in early morning somewhere. Well, probably do actually. Take a picture or video, tag me, and put my rules, because they are your rules. And just post it, either in Instagram, Twitter is just Lisi, or Facebook. And if you're here and you do it during this day, today or tomorrow, come to me and I'll give you the prize for 20 people. And last but not least, know you first, then become an influencer, because that will be for good and it doesn't depend on anything else but you. Thank you.
And Lisi helped us with some very practical tools regarding the exercise that we're going to do now. We told you when we started the event that Digital Communication Network, it's a platform where we bring people together, we help them collaborate, we're trying to build bridges. And this is where the exercise that Darko said earlier came from. So what we want is 1, maybe or 2 people, depending on the time that we have available, to come here upstage and tell about what they do and make an ask. Make an ask for the other people so that they can help them. So, who's first?
Hi everyone. Maybe my English is not good enough, but I will try to do my best. So in Montenegro, it's all about the numbers. It's not about the real life. It's not about the real photography. It's just about, something that we all dream of, but it's not like that in the real life. So my profile, it was running very well for a few years. Actually, I had more thousands of followers. And one morning I woke up and asked myself, what am I doing good for this society, for this country that I really love? And I found out that I'm doing everything good around Instagram, but not on Instagram. Then I deleted my account and asked myself, do I want to do anything on the Instagram? And okay, so the question is, do we really like the real life on Instagram, or we prefer something that's not real? I didn't know it's 30 seconds, sorry.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Who's next? Pitch yourself or your business or your organization in 30 seconds and think about something that you can ask the other people to help you with. Anyone? No courage? Okay,
Yeah, sure. I actually didn't want to take the spot, so but if no one wants to, I'll explain my business or my model. I posted earlier in the WhatsApp group, so you have the link. I want to pitch Vote Swiper. It's an app that works like Tinder, just for politics. We used it in the European elections. What it does is you answer 30 questions, and based on the 30 questions, you are matched with the percentage of how much you agree with the party that is running in your country. So basically, you just swipe left or right, and in the end, you get a result, 80%, 90% you agree with this party, 60% with this party. And we really saw a lot of people downloading it. We had 1 million downloads. And that means that people are interested and can make informed decisions about who they want to elect.
Do you have an ask? Can people help you with something? Cool. Thank you, Akil. 30 seconds. And make it,
the question. Yeah, so the stories, my name is Nikola and I'm board member of the DSN. The stories we will do media literacy forum in Minsk in October. And actually if you're doing media literacy, you're a journalist or activist or educator, please approach me because we're looking for speakers as well. The question, if you're interested in media literacy. Yeah, it should be a question, thank you. And it's cool view from here actually. I think
Thank you. Great. We had some projects. Now we're going to speak about the future. Terrified about the future? About what's happening? No? It's interesting because 51% of people in a survey done in Europe, 51% of the people are anxious regarding what the future holds for us. And we're going to explore more of the fashion industry with Camille Caserite, which is an entrepreneur and digital marketer, who's going to speak about how digital influencers transform the fashion industry. Camille?
Hello everybody, so good to see you all today, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the fashion industry and how digital influencers came into play and how they changed the industry that I worked for in the last 5 or 6 years, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So I think with regards to fashion industry, the idea is that, you know, it has a lot of different viewpoints. So you can view it from the good side, you can view it from the bad side. So as an example, I give you the egg effect. So basically, there was one picture of Kylie Jenner, as you know, Kardashian family person, and she posted a photo of herself and her baby, and she received 18 million likes. At the time, it was the most popular picture on the Instagram. So what some people did, they created this initiative in order to beat the record, and they posted just a simple egg on a white background, and they wanted to beat this record. And so they did with 35 million likes, and it's increasing. So with this example, I just want to point out that we have different initiatives and different leverages of influence. So it's all about the message. It's all about, you know, how we use influencers. So the whole rise of fashion influencers was, you know, together with the rise of social media. So the platforms were rising. There was a need of return on investment marketing. So a marketing that you can control, that you can see metrics, and something that you can measure. So influencers were, you know, perfect for that. I think it's essential to highlight that the authenticity and trust was really important, as, you know, in fashion, we were shifting from celebrities, from, you know, famous people that looked really, you know, too perfect in order to be truth. So influencers were those people that you can ideally connect yourself with and sort of resonate with, in the beginning, of course. And then it was also for brands of widening the target market. So essentially, you have a number of followers that represent certain target groups, certain people, and you wanted to utilize that as a fashion brand. So these are some of these statistics that, you know, summarize the points I just said. So, you know, when people started using ad blocking technology, when people started, you know, looking for purchasing advice on social media, or perhaps you can mention the declined return on investment on various platforms, like, you know, if you have a lot of brands on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, the algorithms and the Facebook, the platforms change everything that, so you had to put a lot of money. So eventually return on investment wasn't that good. So what you did, you shifted to influencers. The undeniable power of fashion influencers can be illustrated with this example of Chiara Ferragni. She's a famous Italian blogger with 16.5 million followers. Why I chose this example is precisely because alone her wedding had more media impact value than the royal wedding. And for example, her wedding gown made around $5 million advertising dollars for a fashion company, Dior. So it's essential to highlight this power of influencers, as even they were, you know, presented in a case study by Harvard Business School, etc. So, but with this very full industry, we have a number of questionable practices, and we have, you know, from Fire Festival that you probably all know, you know, the case of the festival that was brought by social media, and again, it was damaged by the social media when, you know, it was all advertised very well, but then it turned out to be disaster. And the same happens with, you know, fashion brands, fashion products that really don't have a good quality, and they're being really advertised. And the more people want to get into this fashion industry, the more people want to be influencers. More and more people are using questionable practices like, you know, chatbots, automated likes, and a lot of services, engagement groups as well. And it's really difficult to tell whether, for example, an engagement group is a legal or a good practice, because we heard today that it's a great way of, you know, engaging, etc. But when the brand looks at your numbers, who are those people? You know, are they your friends? Are somebody supporting you, or they are actual clients? You know. So I think it's also essential to say that with this unregulated industry, also have, you know, some guidelines that, for example, you have to post sponsored, hashtag ad below your post when you're, you know, doing a sponsor ad. But actually not a lot of influencers do comply with these rules, and it happens so that there's so much tax avoided. And also for the beauty industry, a lot of harmful and really questionable cosmetic practices are being, you know, promoted. So the same with Botox, and the same with other things that now there are rules applied that you have to post, that you have to consult with, you know, doctor, etc. So I'm going to talk about few future trends that are emerging, sort of like because of the saturated industry. So there's been a example of virtual influencers already in the industry. Instagram is also changing some things within the platform, so it's introducing no likes Instagram in a way. Maybe if they succeed in their, you know, trial. And there's also, you know, fashion tech products that you're more likely to see alongside platforms. So this is a funny case of virtual AI influencer that was, you know, developed purely by algorithm. And she is Lily Michele, and she has 1.5 million followers, and she's purely like, you know, an artificial product. So why did this all happen? It was because, you know, brands sort of wanted to have the safe trajectory and safe space where they can create, you know, human-like person, then they can control it, you know, fully. But it seems that it didn't work out because people don't have, you know, trust in this fictitious digital character, and there were a lot of negative comments below her pictures saying, you know, you look like a robot, who you are, and, you know, etc. Also, why these influencers can be really a good future trend is because they cannot reflect and endorse like political movements, social movements, just because they're not humans, and perhaps they cannot experience any movement or, you know, discrimination, anything like we do. And I think when virtual influencers can be used is when it's good for satirical play, showcasing, you know, the fun, the, you know, making some great campaigns, and it's more like a one-off play. With no likes Instagram, it's an interesting concept that Instagram is now rolling out this feature in Canada. So as you see in the picture, you will not be able to see the number of likes, and you will see others. And if you're owner of the account, you can actually open the number of likes, and you can see who actually liked your photo. So it's like Instagram stories. So what's the rationale of it is that it's perhaps going to be better for mental health. But on the other hand, if you have this currency of likes and this sort of game of like casino game, when you open your Instagram and you check how many likes you get, it's going to be more difficult for brands to find new influencers. So it's going to be more difficult to track. Is it a good influencer? What's her engagement rate? But also, the rationale why Instagram is doing such thing is obviously because they want to, increase paid advertising on Instagram. So basically, if you can't really see well what the influencer is doing, they want you to promote with companies' business side, so then you can see all the metrics yourself. So I think what essentially will come down to influencers having to have great media kits. So basically saying and like their engagement rates, success stories, putting everything down really clearly so that they provide a clear value for the brand. So we also have, you will see a lot of more engagement via comments, via stories, etc. And it will have to be a close relationship with the influencers. And you're also going to see a lot of wearable things on Instagram, a lot of clothes highlighted with sponsors. So as like at Met Gala, Zendaya wore this dress that was enhanced by these LED lights and immersive experience as well. On the right hand side at British Academy Awards, you had this virtual model. And to sum it up, there will be sort of like 4 types of fashion influencers, and I think in any other field as well, it can apply. There will be like activist influencers who will be like more representing, some social movements. They will promote higher moral standards, and that way they will try to increase their loyalty. Of course, micro-influencer is not a new thing, but it will be more and more used throughout, with brands, because we see that they have better engagement rate, they're less expensive, and they're more relatable and more approachable. And last but not least, you will have monogamous influencers, and I think it's really interesting because you will have influencers working with these particular brands, so you won't see feeds with thousands of different products, with thousands of different tags, because it doesn't look authentic. You don't want to buy, from a billboard, basically. And the last category is really interested as people are shifting from Facebook, from Instagram to Telegram and WhatsApp. So how influencers will, dominate in these platforms, and how will they communicate, because those platforms are private. So it's really interesting how they're going to leverage their influencer on there. So thank you, and please do hit me up on Instagram or at the booth there. If you want to have questions, consultations, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay, now the honor is all mine to introduce somebody from Montenegro. You have bloggers here, you have podcasters, you have a lot of people interested in the industry. Nataša Đukanović is someone from the domain .me. As you all know, Montenegro has the best domain in the world, like .me. And we are trying to do the best use of it. So how influencers are turning the corporate world upside down. She's going to talk about it and represent what we do actually here in Montenegro as a group. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. So I am the 12th speaker in a row today without a break. So I'm going to try to be as short as possible so that we can all go and have some coffee. So how many people from you are working for a corporation now, or have worked before for a corporation?
Nope.
Okay, that's a lot. So how do you define corporate world? What do you think is the best definition? Well, it's everything opposite to influencers. Corporations are mostly seen as one organism, but the problem is that that organism is not one person. And that everybody that works for a company has to behave the same way. So you see a bunch of people, be it 10 or 20 or 10,000 people, they all have to behave the same way. I used to work for a corporation, and I was in charge for rules and procedures, and I was the one who would say how everybody would have to behave. I worked for an airline business, and the big part of those rules and procedures is connected to branding. So I would have to say if this is a good uniform for a captain, or if this is a good example of how do you see an airline ticket, and everything else that goes behind that. So at a certain point, I left the corporate world, and I worked for a bank a little bit, but then started to work for this small company, .me, and then realized that actually, I actually want to have my own personality. I don't have to dress up the same way as everybody else in the company. So the company I work for now is like 6 of us, and we all present our personalities completely different. We are completely open to show ourselves who we really are. So we all have our own hobbies, and we privately and from the business perspective show ourselves to the world. On our Instagram accounts, and also go on Facebook and Twitter and everything else. So I started in 2008 working in social media as a marketing manager. We started working with social media, and then right after that, influencers started to work there. And then my job was to find the best kind of influencer that would work and present my company. So how do you present, it's easy to present a fashion industry, right, as an influencer. How do you present a domain name? What do? You have a story to tell. You have to say something really interesting, like lots of companies and factories and services have actually something that's very boring, so we have to find a way how to tell the story. And also, if we create that story, we have to find good influencers who are going to present that story for us. That's a big problem. That's a problem of the connection between a corporate world and influencers. And I think you all know that, be it corporations or being influencers. So you all know this example, right? From the 2014, I think, Oscars. So Ellen DeGeneres showed up the new phone, Galaxy Samsung, and that's a product placement, basically. The problem is that she actually used iPhone. I think this is the biggest nightmare of all the corporations when they work with influencers. Whatever you do, this is not supposed to happen. And there are so many other, so Gal Gadot, that was last year also. Huawei, Twitter for iPhone, if you can see what says there. So it's not just a problem of the smaller companies, but also a problem of huge companies. You also heard all about the Kendall Jenner, the Pepsi ad from last year, or the year before, 2017, where they made an ad which was supposed to be some kind of social justice, but was completely wrong time. And then the problem with the influencer that they used, it all circled down. It was a big nightmare for Pepsi company. This is also one of the Kardashians that made a mistake. If you can see in the captions, it says, here you go, at 4 p.m., write the below caption, and then the caption. Yes, that's how that works. So we, the corporations, send to, and everybody who is an influencer probably has this, they send the text, we send the text, and then the influencer just copy-paste everything. This happens a lot. And this is probably the biggest nightmare ever. So, yeah, Oprah Winfrey is also one of the examples, the Microsoft Surface Twitter for iPad. So, what I'm going to speak here about is emotions and passions. And that's what, my friends, that's the internal joke, they always make fun of me because I always speak about emotions. So, when we started to work, we had no idea how can we find an influencer to work for us. So we basically just scanned around whoever was tweeting, at that time it was mostly tweeting, and also on Facebook, people who were actually connected to us and who had the passion for domain names. I still don't understand people who do that. I do because that's my job, but privately, not very much. So we found those people, and those people grew with us. They are now our biggest influencers. So we found them with their stories, we defined their stories, and we went into it, and then we started working with them. Most of those stories are usually just not even paid for, which is the best part. And then also comes the control. The fails that I just showed. How can we control people about what they say? We can't. And that's where we never send captions to them. We never tell them what to say. We just talk to them. And as corporations, that's my first advice. Talk to every influencer face to face and ask them what do they think. Create a story with them. It's a lot of work, especially if you're working with micro-influencers, and we do, but then that's the only way how you share this passion. The first story that you talked with them, that you try to see what's the most important thing is values. If somebody has different values than you as a corporation or as a company have, you can't work with those people. That's the biggest danger of everything. And that's the danger of Kendall Jenner and PepsiCo, because they had different values. They didn't think about that. That happens tons and tons of times. Like values, and I think 2 or 3 people of the previous speakers mentioned values. We never think about why is that so important. It comes to be very important if you have an influencer who works for you and who presents your company in the best light, and then the day after they say something completely opposite. And that becomes a question of authenticity, of you as a brand, as a reputation. So that's something that definitely cannot be a part of, it has to be a part of every conversation with every influencer. And there where the passion comes from. So the passion between influencer and a corporation comes from the same values, not just passion for a product or a service or a company or a brand, but the values also. And values are a very personal thing. And that's how you get in control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to have a break for 10 minutes. We encourage you to the booths and interact with the other participants as well. Don't forget about the Vote Me app. That's how you're going to be able to qualify for being the prize winner today.
Use the hashtags. Please inform others that you are here and communicate with each other. Yeah. Use this time.
And don't forget to register for the lightning talks, which happen tomorrow. The lightning talks are 7 minutes, and it's an informal way of meeting each other, interacting, and discussing different subjects.
Thank you. See you in 15.
See you in 15.
Digital influence in politics. I hope you had a good break, that you've eaten the croissants and had your refreshments. And then this is a very interesting panel, moderated by Zain Veli. He's from the VP Strategy Northweather, Canada. He's a campaign strategist. And I'm very happy to introduce all the others. Irakli I'm going to blow this one off, but whatever. Irakli Porshidze, right?
Perfect.
Vice President at Georgian Institute for Strategic Studies, GISS, Georgia. Welcome. Panagiotis. Papahagis. Panagiotis Papahagis, Red World Digital Group Strategy and Communications Advisor, Greece. Applause for me, please. Thank you. Now I'm going to try this one. Levan Zorzogliani. Okay, I was good at this one, so this is 3 out of 3. Head of Strategic Communication at the National Center for Teacher Professional Development, Georgia, also. Now this is one that's going to be a tough. Akilnitan Logesvaran, right? Something. Akilnitan Logesvaran. Okay, perfect. Akilnitan Logesvaran. Digital Ambassador Deutsche Geschlacht für internationale Sauberkeit, right? Something like that. GIZ, right? So he's from Germany. Now, all humor now stops. We're into a very interesting subject, and afterwards we will have our moderator Zainveli to tell us something more about the noise in our political, or that is digital discourse. Enjoy.
Perfect. How's everyone's afternoon? Come on, give me some round of applause. How's everyone's afternoon? That's good. That's the caffeine clapping. I like that. By the way, can we just, are we going to share mics? I think we might have to share. Sure. Okay, perfect. So I wanted to introduce this panel, but I wanted to do a few housekeeping notes. And I know my back is faced to half of you right now. So maybe I'll just stand up and just give these housekeeping notes very quickly as well. A couple of things. This panel, we're going to spend about 30 minutes talking about the state of digital influence in politics. What it means, where it's at, and what the competing forces are. We learned a lot this morning about influence in many sectors. Well, we get to touch on politics right now. The second thing I want to say is that I have a Kickstart question that I want to throw to all of you. So if you go onto the Slido app right now and enter the code DCN2, number 2, there's a question there for you. And the question ultimately is, are actors who want to weaponize digital influence currently winning in politics? Simple agree or disagree question. And we'd be really grateful if you could answer it, because it might help direction some of the conversation that we have on stage today. And then I want to add one final thing before we get started and before I introduce our panelists, which is you see 5 men on stage. And I know for many of us it's sensitive to have panels or manels in certain cases. So I do want to make mention that this was unconscious in that sense to have 5 men on stage. The majority of the speakers at this conference have been women. But we do want to make sure that all voices are certainly heard and that this was very much not deliberate or an act of deliberation in that conversation. And we're going to try to include as many voices as we can around the table. Cool. Okay. Thank you for that introduction. You do not need to clap. Okay. If you clap, only standing ovation. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Let's get started. What I'm going to do is I'll get each of the speakers to introduce themselves, tell us in 30 seconds who they are, where they're from, country, and just a very quick synopsis of their current work. And then what we'll do is go around and talk about a few pillar conversations that I think are going to be very important to the current state of digital influence in politics. So if I can throw it to you, Akil, right here.
Okay. My name is Akil. That's the easiest short version. I currently work in Ghana, West Africa. I am from Germany. And I work for the German Development Corporation there, working on digital governance. So I'm responsible for all of our digital approaches in governance to decentralize the country and to make good practices. And I'm going to move on soon to move to London and work for the Facebook office and be responsible for groups. And I'm here to talk about actually the Vote Swiper app that I previously introduced.
Perfect. And we'll get into that in terms of gamification and politics. But thanks for that introduction. Irakli, yourself.
I'm Irakli Porchidze from the Georgian Institute of Strategic Studies. I'm one of the founders. I'll be talking more about, and my background is actually in security policy and foreign policy. So I'll be looking at the weaponization of information from a security perspective and why that is a problem. You've been talking a lot here about the influencers and individuals, but I think we're missing a part about the state-sponsored information warfare, which I think is a big part of where we are right now. So my focus is going to be on that.
My name is Livan from Georgia. I have journalistic background. I used to be a TV host, a producer, a reporter covering conflicts and politics. Then I moved to public sector, had been in charge as a speechwriter and head of communications at the Ministry of Sport and Culture. Beside of this, I was media coordinator, one of the biggest events such as Black Sea Jazz Festival, Biennale in Venice, and Frankfurt Book Fair.
Awesome, thank you.
Hello, my name is Panagiotis. You can call me Panos, it's more easy. I'm from Greece. I'm a digital communication consultant, both in branch and in political communication. I worked for 2 prime ministers in Greece, George Papandreou, George Papadimos. And because I am from Greece, I know how how everything can screw up. So I'm here to talk about it. How we screwed up about populism in Greece and how we can fix it.
So, no, Panos, hold the mic, because I want to go to you. So, thanks for those introductions, guys. What my job is on this panel is I'm going to try to take some of the lessons that these gentlemen have learned throughout their times and see if we can port them beyond the realm of politics and signal why they've been so important. So, I want to start with you, because you just talked about Greece. You talked about a lot of wreckage. Talk to us about that. What is your work been in? When we were chatting offsite, you were talking about education, you were talking about populism. What's been the nature of your work?
Okay. First of all, let's talk about the rise of populism in Greece. During the last 10 years, nothing was normal in Greece. And a lot of populists used the anti-austerity wave, to raise populism in Greece with 3 main ways. First of all, fake news. Second of all, fake digital influencers. And third of all, real influencers that were populist. As a result of that, a lot of populists went to the parliament and became very powerful. Even the Nazis became powerful inside the parliament. And they proceed to a lot of yelling, a lot of ad hominem attacks, a lot of character assassinations. As a result, all the modest conversation went back. And all the political, and I don't see it only for politicians, modest cedar from modest right to social democrat, lose the impact during those 10 years.
Why? Why?
Because none of them used the social media and the digital transformation in their benefit, and we didn't succeed to just tone down the populism with more clever ways.
Right.
And I'm the first one that I'm saying that I failed, but we failed collectively. When you screw up something, the first thing that you are doing is to try to fix it, okay? So one of the ideas we have to fix that is through education.
Yeah.
So we created Win the Race. It's an educational experiment, not an organization.
And sir, the name one more time for people?
Win the Race.
Win the Race, okay.
Yeah. Right. It's an educational experiment for politicians. The idea behind that is very simple. We're trying to educate, especially young politicians, modest one, okay, conservative and progressive. Not even to how to run successfully an election campaign in the digital era, but how to build communities around them through real political issues.
Right.
Okay, we already trained about 40 young politicians for Greek parliament, European parliament, and some local elections. And the results that we have are very encouraging to proceed.
Do you mind me asking, tactically, what are you training them? Are you giving them digital social strategy training? What exactly?
From A to Z, for example.
Yeah.
Non-digital, the basics. How to set up their office.
Okay.
How to perform an election strategy, okay, in the field. How to learn how to read polls and focus groups as tools. And then how to set up a real digital communication strategy.
Right.
how to build a solid reputation management strategy, because none of them have. So they are very vulnerable to populist attacks. Okay, how to perform how to form a crisis plan, and even more, not only how to run for the elections, but between elections, because in Greece we don't have the culture of campaigning between the elections.
Right.
Okay, to start building a culture of campaigning through real political issues, and how to find digital influencers that will collectively stand behind you in those issues and for the issues, not for you at the beginning, and how to be successful in that. It's a very difficult project.
Yeah.
Our goal is to build tools around all these things. For example, in Greece, we only have tools to find digital influencers about brands.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have tools to find digital influencers about political issues.
Sure.
That's one of our goals. I want to
No, I'm just, we'll pause it right there, because I want to
very similar things.
Yeah, because I want to put Akil in the spot right here. So we're talking about, in Greece, the rise of trying to educate politicians to effectively run better campaigns. Know what the 101, the necessities, the tools are. You've taken the other approach, which is not about the politicians, but about the mass public. And so I want to actually throw it to you. Explain to us what your tool does. I know you gave a bit of a pitch earlier, but I'm also reading a question on screen which says, the first one, which is, how do we fight populism with digital tools? Didn't they effectively help create the situation? So give us a quick pitch of what you're doing, and then on that question, I think you'd be appropriate to maybe give us your thoughts.
Sure. I actually wanted to exactly tackle this question. If digital tools are only evil or it can actually help, and I think the last European elections have seen that they can help, and I want to pitch kind of our case, how we managed to do that, and kind of also we can actually see results. First of all, the app that I previously mentioned, it's called Vote Swiper, and basically what it does is just creates informed decision making. So what we see the rise of populism in many countries around the world, and what I truly believe is that you can beat populism also with when you tier them on the battleground of competing on topics. They always they rise on emotions, but when they actually have to go to the ground where they have to compete with topics, then they lose quite fast, and you see that really fast. And what it does, for example, in this app, we have 30 questions that you answer. So the party has to answer all these questions on topics. So they have to say yes or no. They're in favor of it or against it. And in the end, every user that uses the app or the platform online will have a proper result. And then they realize, oh, I only have 30% agreement with that party, and the party is able to give statements why they say yes or no. But then you quickly realize that some of the populist parties don't really have answers to the questions. Which brings me to the result of the European elections. We ran this for 4 elections before. Now in the European elections, especially in Germany, we had a huge turnout. We had, I think, it was the first time in 25 years that so many people went to vote, actually. And my thesis is that actually the more easy it is for people to get informed about elections, the more they will actually vote. And what we've seen is this tool in Germany, it compared 42 parties. And for the European Parliament, 9 parties made it into the European Parliament. And out of these 9 parties, 4 or 5 of them, no one knew before. There's a party, Volt Europe, that hasn't been existent before, and they still got a seat in the European Parliament. Why is that? Because they were very often very highly ranked in our app, so people got informed and read about their policies.
I want to actually, there's a statement you made that I want to pick up on, which I want to throw to Alaki, which was the whole concept of the more information people get, the better decisions they will make. You've been studying the whole concept of state-sponsored fake information, fake news from a security vantage point. Is that always the case? Are we always in a situation where more information is always better, especially when we have state-sponsored actors whose, not sole purpose, but one of the purposes and one of the injections they have into the system is fake news, fake information?
Well, just kind of, I come from a think tank background, so I'm not really a tech person or an influencer myself. So I'll try to kind of conceptualize a bit, because I think it's extremely important to understand that we live in a completely different world. Because most of the time, national power has been defined in many ways, and it has been through military power, geography, population, etc. But nowadays, everyone understands the information is actually the element of national power. So from that standpoint, we have to start to understand that the wars which have been fought in kinetic ways, and just to explain, the kinetic warfare is something related to the military power, a hard power, has been really, really changing the entire scope of how the states and other actors view this. So I think in the years to come, we're going to be seeing a lot of that. And why? I'll be trying to explain that. As you said, when you throw a lot of information, what happens is that you change the decision-making patterns, which has not been the case before. And I think as time will pass, we'll be seeing that the smart data and the digital world is going to be the major battlefield for a lot of these things. And I'll try to explain why.
Yeah,
because
please.
the sovereignty is penetrable there. You don't have a sovereign territory, which has always been the case, because it's very difficult to influence someone before, when you had a sovereign territory which was guarded and which basically had borders. Now you don't have borders. The other thing is that it's very cost efficient to wage these wars. You definitely don't have that much resources to be used for those purposes. And also, you have a lot of hybrid means. So you are not necessarily only focused on weaponizing information. You can weaponize debts, loans you grant to countries. You can weaponize energy resources and the way you supply it. So people call it a hybrid warfare in a way. But I think the biggest part of that will be focused on information.
Right.
Because it will have a long-lasting effects, and I can name few, which I think have been very, very consequential in a way. The US elections and the interference, everyone is talking about it. The racial tensions which have been brought up. I mean, I don't know if you know or not, but there's been a huge pile of research on that as well, actually, in the United States. But not only. The anti-vaccination campaigns which have been run.
Right.
I mean, this is a huge problem, because people don't see it through these lenses, but it actually helps to undermine other countries and create the tensions and the cracks and the divisions, which is a huge political problem.
Can I ask you a follow-up question, which is, you said something fascinating, which was, this has fundamentally altered the decision-making process for human beings. And we talk about this today, right? We talk about it as a net asset, which is anyone can publish content, and Levano, I'll get to you in a second about the media's role in this. But we've talked about it today as an asset in some of our other talks. You know, there's no barriers, there's no restrictions, anyone can get into the game, whether you're a media influencer working for an NGO, there's a democratization of the platform. What have you seen now with mass saturation, especially in the political context? What have you seen as the alteration of how we make decisions now? I'm fascinated by that.
Well, my colleague and previous speaker has talked about the informed decisions and evidence-based decisions. Well, basically, you don't need that anymore, unfortunately. Because when you can influence people directly without the editor's responsibility for the credibility and the evidence-based journalism, what you create is a shortcut with the direct marketing of whatever your ideas are.
Sure.
And I think that's something that we have to be facing in the years to come, and that's a huge challenge.
And I want to pick up on that, because that's been an area that you, Levan, have also studied, which is where the media's role, has it eroded? Are they less important? Have they been completely foregone? Apologies to media colleagues in the room, but...
Yeah, in digital era, media lost its basic function, because in any democratic society, the key function of the media is to perform a role of the watchdog and control the government. And for example, not trust the politician and supervise its action. And the media had this exclusivity during decades. And now in digital era, everyone can be a watchdog and supervise activities. And this is also the challenge and headache for communication specialists, especially those ones who are employed in governmental sectors and public sectors, because we had been receiving 100 of incoming calls about digital influencers who were cultural heritage protectors.
Yeah.
And they posted some damaged cultural ones and reacted and wanted our reaction very quickly as the ministry. So nowadays, everyone can be a watchdog and so they are companionship with the media. And also the big problem also is that the information leakage, because it's high risk, and I had some issue when a public charity fund had some problems with covering fees to private hospitals, and this charity fund was funding treatment of children with cancer. And one media organization was very quick to find this problem and started to investigate the case. And I was the media consultant and managed to negotiate with this media organization to not to cover and postpone the coverage because the fund was planning to pay off all these loans, and the information publicized through the media could have had maybe negative circumstances because hospitals could have refused to treat next patients. So after realizing that the public welfare was #1 priority, editorial board agreed to postpone. But next day, someone posted all this issue on Facebook.
Right.
Yeah, so it was another headache for us, and it's the huge challenge in digital era.
Can I ask you a follow-up question, primarily out of interest, because I'm curious about this, because you have this specialty in influence and digital, but you were also a political staffer in your life. So could you speak to, if you're able to, how, when you dealt in politics, did you just try to bypass the media? Did you know that influencers were more important? Did you use the media as a validation of influence? I'd be kind of curious to get your thought process around being a political staffer, what that looked like.
For me, as a communication specialist, it's much easier to negotiate with media outlets who has reputation and takes care about this than digital influencers, because I'm not sure that our off-record talking would be another post, so post. So it's really difficult for me. I don't have any experience about talking with digital influencers to involve in politics.
That's interesting. And I want to throw one thing on the table, which is to the entire group, whoever has an answer, which is a question posted here, which is saying, okay, so we've got the rise of apps, right? We've got this rise of populism. We've got media's watchdog role for whatever we may make it eroding. What can the platforms where this information is shared now, and this is an interesting thing because they still call themselves platforms, YouTube, Facebook, et cetera. They don't call themselves news outlets yet. And I know this is a big push in North America right now, which is trying to push them to say you are more than a platform. But let's use that term for now. What can these platforms do to start policing and maybe reintroducing the watchdog role? I saw you with an interest on that question.
Yeah, I think, so first of all, I can answer that question. I think there are many things that they can do. I think they already started also doing some things, but of course, for many of us, it's too slow. Facebook recently introduced that for the European elections, for example, that you cannot, which is actually also a problem, but you cannot donate to a specific campaign in another country, which was actually difficult because we had European elections.
Right.
But now you could, as a party family, with across different countries, you could not pay for another party in another country, which is one of the things that you can do. But again, it's very sensitive. What I actually want to also go beyond this question is what can actually people do using these tools? Because of course the social media platforms or news outlets, depending on how you call it, can do things themselves, but it's also what can actually we as citizens do with these platforms. And that we've also seen, I come back again to the European elections because it's just so recent. In Germany, Germany is not that big on YouTube influencers, usually in politics. And we had a YouTuber who usually doesn't even talk about politics. And he had a video with 15 million views. Germany has 80 million citizens. Where he, for 1 hour, basically tore apart the two governing parties and explained why they are ruining the future of the young generation. And it had a massive influence on the elections, that actually the Green Party, which is quite small in most of the European countries, became the second biggest party in the outcome. And it's an influencer there, but it's also people using tools like YouTube to have this, what you called, what media used to have, this checking of the government. Actually, now citizens can take over that role, depending on if you want it or not, but actually that's a lot of power that citizens can have and do use already.
Panos, I saw you chuckling. Was there something you wanted to add to that? Or?
Yeah. You know, digital media or networks or whatever tools are just tools, okay? We have a better depth of analysis nowadays. We can handle the information more accurate, etc., etc. But the fundamentals, for example, the content, it's only always going to be content. The message is always going to be message. The communities, nowadays you can build in different way communities, but the communities are going to be the same, are going to be around the cause, for example.
Sure.
So there's no easy solution in any of these, but we must try, especially the modest politicians and citizens, to try to fix our message.
Right.
Okay. Not to be populist. We talk later that you can fight populism with populism. I don't think you can fight populism with populism, but we be different.
Yeah.
With gamification, with different language, etc., etc. And maybe we can turn things around. It's going to be a difficult process, okay, a very difficult process, because populism is going to raise more in a few years, I think. Yeah.
Please, jump.
Just fight with me.
And I want to go to these other two.
No, I actually want to jump on that, and because it's also a question of how to combat populism and how digital tools can help with that. And I think this is something we need to understand fundamentally, why populism, and actually I will be even clearer on this because I have a very strong position on this, why also right-wing populism can use digital platforms easier. And I'll explain to you a little bit of fundamentals of politics and these tools. First of all, the right wing, if you call it like that, it's conservatism. To be conservative means to preserve something, to keep traditions. Whereas the left wing, you sometimes call it progressive, they have, it's about kind of how do we change the future. So by definition, you very often have fewer parties on the left, on the right spectrum, and more parties on the left spectrum, because how to change the future, you have plenty of ways. How to preserve something in the old is kind of, there are maybe one or two ways, but there are not so many different ways of how to preserve something that is existent. Now, how does this link with platforms? Social media works most effectively if you have one account with one message, one simple message. So preserving something is very simple, it's one message. Whereas on the left side, or on the more complex side, you have to explain a lot of things. That is when it becomes very difficult. And that is why I think what we can learn also from populists, or how they use these tools, we need to understand how we can make our complex issues in very easy, understandable messages.
Just one, in Greece, because we seriously fucked up everything, we have two forms of populism.
Yes.
Either left or right. So, and the conservative political discussion, and either the progressive political discussion was hijacked by populism.
And just a short comment on that. Of course, that's possible. So also left-wing populism, but what they do is the same as the right wings. They give very easy answers. Just one answer for all the problems.
And this actually ties into my question, which I want to go back to the question I asked all of you, which was, do we feel like the digital influence in politics has been weaponized by actors with nefarious sort of agendas? And I don't see the question up there now, but I think the response was something like 2/3 said yes. And Ilaki, I want to go to you, because despite all the success stories we're talking about, despite some of the things that we're saying, this is how we combat it, why should we be optimistic? Should we be optimistic that digital influence in politics can be used for good?
Definitely. I think what we also have to understand is the context, and I'll kind of try to explain why there is a problem, and then how we should be optimistic. I think the problem is that we have to tie it to the overall deterioration of the democratization and democracy nowadays in the world.
Right.
And what we're going to be seeing in the years to come, at least I think there is going to be a cyclical nature of it. It's going to be the authoritarianism as being fashy. Okay, it's kind of being more catchy.
Right.
And I think there are going to be more and more tools which these states are going to be using. For example, the state surveillance systems. I don't know if you've heard about it, but China is using it as kind of the control mechanism. There are others who are trying to emulate. So I think that the biggest idea there is to draw the lessons, and the lessons should be drawn from the fact that people have to start to recognize that this is going to be the problem. Because I don't think that at the national level there is the recognition of the problem to the level that is needed. And I think the governments have to really take it seriously. And usually when you radicalize a certain stream, and when there is a radicalization, there is going to be a response. And I think this cyclicality of it is telling us that there is going to be a response, but I think it will take time until there is a regrouping and coming up with the right response. I can give you my opinion on how to challenge these campaigns, for example. Most of the times people are trying to refute. For example, if there is a malign campaign about a certain thing, they start to refute it. And I think it's the wrong strategy. What you have to do is that when you know that there is a problem, you do the forewarning. Basically, you try to immunize the segments of the society which are going to be the most, which are going to be basically targeted by this kind of flows of information. So you have to be proactive in the outreach. And if the bad guys are using these platforms, you were asking how to use these platforms. The good guys can use those platforms as well. It's just not the way they have been doing it. So I think when I'm saying that the recognition of this problem has to be at the national level, they have to start to be using these tools to the degree that is necessary in order to challenge it.
I think that's very helpful. And in fact, I want to go 2 more rounds on this before we have to wrap up. But I want to try to port this out from beyond politics, because we got members in the room here from business, NGO, media, and just influencers from all different genres. Politics has had a lot of action over the last decade, I'd say. A lot of volatility, a lot of divide, a lot of lessons to be learned. So Levon, maybe I can go to you first before I go around to the rest of the group as well, which is to say, what would you say politics, governance, specifically related to digital, has a lesson to teach to other industries, has a lesson to teach to other verticals? From your vantage point, what have you felt like politics, despite the divide, is doing well and that could be helpful to others in different industries?
I'll talk about political campaigns because
sure, please.
I witnessed that the budget of political campaigns has dramatically decreased because everyone tries to launch the ads of some political messages through the platforms which is free. For example, YouTube, Facebook, etc. Previous years, they used to be national broadcasters and spent a lot of money for this. But now, everyone has the equal opportunities, and those parties, political parties, who had really low rated, started to launch their campaigns through this media, social media, and the rated. Increased. So it shows the impact of all these tools.
Same question to you, which is ultimately, what would you tell people in this room regarding, some lessons learned from politics and how they port them to their world?
Well, it's not going to be something extraordinary. There are 3 things.
Please.
First of all, listen to the experts. Second of all, don't be cheap in your media spending. And third of all, don't always buy micro-influencers. Try to inspire them.
Try to?
Inspire
them. Right.
Okay, because brands also must build communities around causes, and they don't always get it. Those 3.
Yeah, I want to be a little bit bold and say this in this room, especially for influencers and business owners. You all heard the saying about advertisement that sex sells.
Right.
I think in the 21st century, it's politics sells. And you can see this if you look at the Super Bowl. Almost, if you watch the last Super Bowl, I don't watch the Super Bowl, but I watch the advertisements. Almost every single ad had a political message.
Right.
And if you listen to your followers, even fashion brands, fashion models, you hear very often that they want their influencer to take a stance.
Nike, Colin Kaepernick, that sort of campaign.
Exactly. So I would say politics sells today. No matter in almost no matter in which spectrum you are. And what is key, what you can learn from influencers, but also in politics, you see every time when people are not authentic, I think, and it doesn't matter in how your authenticity plays out. In Trump, we see the worst kind of authenticity maybe. But then I think when you're authentic, that's when you gain followers. And I think that's what you can learn.
Ilaki, I'll give you the final word, which is, what are we wanting to port out from politics to the other verticals in this room?
There are some of the questions and people are asking why we are not answering them. And can I...
Please, I'm not sure if that references these questions or that the fact you're skirting my answers.
There is a question, is populism also bad in rare cases when it provides answers to important questions? I think just to kind of go back to the issue of populism, I think that the problem with the populism is that it instrumentalizes the anger and resentment. It doesn't necessarily, it maybe helps you to spot the problem and it gives you kind of the sense where the problem is, but it never comes up with prescription and recipes to basically challenge that on a policy level. So I think that the big problem is that the populism is often devoid of any policy prescriptions.
Right.
And that's why it's dangerous. And just exactly. So I think that that's kind of the answer to that question. But other than that, in my opinion, as I said, the biggest problem comes from the fact that no one is trying to understand that the environment has changed and you have to come up with a policy level response to that. And I think until that will not happen, we're going to be having the problems that we have. 30 seconds for you, which was the final thing, which is what would you
out from politics to the other verticals that we have?
Sorry?
What would you take from politics that you've learned and try to as wisdom to people at NGOs, businesses, etc.?
Well, I think people have been talking here about this, but I think it's extremely important to build the credibility and be consistent with what they do. And I think there was also a talk about the values. I think that's extremely important to stay with the values, because what we have a problem here with, when it comes to politics as well, is that there is a big vacuum of value-based leadership. So I think one thing that I would be really eager to give, not as an advice, but my kind of piece of thinking is that it's important. The values are important, extremely important, but also to be consistent and build credibility through this, and not through short-term gains.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our panel one more time.
Because there's a batch of questions, anyone who wants, they can reach us after and...
Absolutely. We tried to get as many as we could, so I apologize we didn't get through all of them. But yes, you guys will all be available and around to debate and have these conversations. Perfect. Well, thanks so much for everyone for that bearing with me with that very awkward transition. My name is Zane Velji. I'm from Calgary, Canada, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And I want to talk today, yes, thank you for the wave. I want to talk today about the noise in our political discourse. And what I want to come in with is a very simple thesis. We're organizing our political campaigns ineffectively. And I want to talk about three things. I want to talk about the mindset of our voter today. And a lot of this we've discussed on the panel. The mindset of who votes today, what that looks like. I then want to talk to you about 5 realities in campaigns that I've learned, and then I want to talk about what digital can help us do better. So I've got 15 minutes, 45 slides. Let's see how this works. It will go really well for one of us, definitely not me. I will be yanked off stage. Today's voter, let me talk about 5 things. The first thing, as a voter today, as a consumer today, we are having significantly less shared experiences. In 1969 in North America, the #1 ranked show on television was Star Trek. It had a market share of 22.1. It got canceled because it wasn't high enough. Today, The Big Bang Theory was the #1 show in the United States. Horrible television show, by the way. Thank God it got canceled. Thank you. It had a market share of 3.7. It was the #1 show on television. We are doing less shared things together. That's #1. Number 2. We're making decisions based on tribe and emotion. We talked about this. You've heard it a few times. This right here is our rational decision-making model that all of us follow, right? You begin, you overview the data, you define the problem. No, that is not how you make decisions.
This is how human beings make decisions today. We begin, we then have a snap judgment, and then we rationalize. That is the current decision-making model today. We have an emotion, we try to find the information to justify it. That's number 2. What else is going on? Oh. Number 3, we don't understand each other that well. We're in a society right now that we have a false consensus effect. We overestimate how many people in our own circle think like us, or how many people outside of our circle think the same way we do. Occupy Wall Street had a 99% movement. If people remember this, we are the 99%. At its peak of support, it was 43% in the American public. We have a false consensus effect in how we feel and understand our fellow citizens. Number 4, we tune out what we don't like. If I already don't believe in something, I don't need to listen to it. And number 5, facts are subjective. Look at Trump, look at the rise of populism, look at the fact that there are alternative facts. This is the modern day voter. This is who we have to convince, who we have to talk to. And in many ways, this is the modern day consumer. This is the modern day citizen. So in many ways, these are the baselines that we have to think through. What are some of the campaign realities? And why am I up here on stage? Well, this is my beautiful city of Calgary, Alberta. Population 1.2 million. And Calgary, for what it is known as a very conservative place. A place that has rooted itself in business and fiscal conservatism. A place that in many ways has rooted itself in social conservatism. Now, Calgary always ranks as one of the top places to live in the world. I will obviously give it that shout out. But how did Calgary, a city of 1.2 million people, conservative people, many would say, elect this guy, a 38-year-old Harvard-educated mayor who is the first Muslim mayor of any North American city in the world? Or in North America, I should say, not in the world. How did that happen? And what's my involvement? Well, I was fortunate enough to be the campaign manager for Naheed Nenshi. So what I want to talk about is 5 realities we learned, and then some of the systems that we implemented in that campaign. I see no one is pulling up their phones to take a picture of me on screen while I'm standing here. I will take that as an offense. How dare you not? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Here's a couple things we learned. Number 1. Bots are real and they have an insidious purpose. We have a talk coming about bots later on, and I'll let that person, as an expert on the subject, talk about it. Here's what I learned from politics. That bots are designed to have a haze, a negative haze, over your supporter base. They make you feel overwhelmed about the negativity against your candidate. If you had shown up in our city, you would have felt that the entire world was against our candidate. He had no support. And when they add this haze, they depress your supporter base. That's the first thing we learned. The second thing we learned is we are at peak leach. That's self-explanatory. It's not. Here's what I mean by that. Here's a term that I'm trying to coin that no one's picking up, but what I mean by it is that on social media, 8 out of 10 instances when we open up our phone, we're doing nothing but consuming. We're not commenting, we're not double tapping, we're not doing anything, we're not posting. 8 out of 10 instances, we're doing absolutely nothing but just consuming content. As a modern campaign, you have to be aware of what that means. You'll get less interaction, you'll get less comments. Does that mean you're having less influence? To be determined. But those metrics, I'm not saying they're outdated, but they certainly are becoming less valuable as time goes on. Number 3, polling is no longer strategic. It's now weaponized. Polling has always been used in political campaigns to throw it into the middle of a campaign as a grenade to say, look, here's my candidate. They're doing okay. Here's your candidate. They're not doing so well. Vote for me, right? But when polls are starting to get the discourse and the negative sort of bloodstream of fake information or fake news, or when polling becomes so cheap to do that anyone can call themselves a pollster, you are now ensuring viability with absolutely no evidence whatsoever. Something else we had to deal with. Number 4, local media is eroding and fast. I'm not sure if that's the same trend you're seeing here in Europe or in other parts of the world, but in North America, to preserve local media, to preserve the heartbeat that keeps track of our politics, that makes it, course corrects it, that covers the issues, it's eroding extremely fast. And what's being replaced by it? Digital influencers, yes, certainly, but more importantly, and probably more interestingly, columnists. Columnists and media are now able to drive narratives, which means opinion is driving narratives, very similar to our digital landscape. And fifth, political sub-brands are built to die. This is a very fascinating thing we're starting to see right now, which is that rather than using the masthead of your campaign, which is to say the masthead of candidate X, or in our case, the masthead of Nahed Nenshi, and he says this, political campaigns are building sub-brands that are supposed to be disposable, so that they don't have any sort of footprint, they don't have any sort of DNA attached to it. They can attack an opponent, or they can get some information into the news cycle without having to be owned by a certain candidate. Here's what we realized. So those were the 5 things I wanted to talk about. What can digital help us do better? Here's the first thing. The success of the Nenshi campaign in Calgary was built on one singular philosophy change, which was, we are not going to be a centralized top-down model, we are going to be an influencer model. Now, this happened when the term influencer was not even coined, was not even meant in a digital way, but it was meant in the exact same way that you think influence works. Nahed Nenshi in the August of on the August before the election was 1% in the polls. The election was going to be held in October. What changed between August and October? A whole bunch of women in the city of Calgary said, I would love to organize a coffee party for you. Here's what a coffee party is. You show up to your house, I make coffee, and the candidate, if you can guarantee that you bring 12 people to your house, the candidate will show up for 45 minutes. Many of us would call that influence. But at the heart of that, we let the entire campaign go and be controlled in this influence model. Number 2, we scaled that to digital, which meant, if I can leave you with one thing, it's this statement, which is every supporter is now a campaign manager of their social network. I'll say that again. Every supporter is not just a supporter, they're campaign manager of their social network. What does politics do when you're interested? By the way, people who get involved in politics are very weird. They're super strange people. But what do we end up doing with a lot of them? We say, take this shirt and go knock on a stranger's door, or go phone call strangers. Why? Why are we not using them as individuals who are just uniquely excited about your candidacy to reach deep into their social network and mobilize their friends, their family, people they actually have influence in? So influencers, I want to try to flip that on its head, which is it's not people with thousands of followers. In a campaign format, it's the people who have a disproportionate amount of interest, and they do not realize the potential they have to influence those around them. We took that philosophy, and you'll see some screen caps of a technology that we created called Field HQ that helped scale that out. And I'm happy to talk about that afterwards. I will just pause. Oh, here we go. Number 3, and I've got 2 minutes left, so I'm going to quickly go 3s. Number 3, model behavior. One of the most interesting and under-leveraged things in digital that I don't think we're doing enough of is using digital as a format to model behavior. In these divided political times, in these divided times for NGOs, for even businesses, to have a platform, to have a group of people who say something that you then feel like, A, I'm not on an island alone by saying this. I'm not door knocking alone. I'm not calling people alone. I'm not mobilizing on my own. But to show that there's a larger group of people doing it, to have a technology that can put that together, to have a philosophy that can put that together, really helps. Because if I feel comfortable in a room of safe supporters, digital or otherwise, I'll feel significantly more comfortable to then port that out, to take that out into the real world with friends, with family, with strangers. And the final thing I'll talk about is I think we've learned that you can have political campaigns use influence to explain rather than replace the news. We've been talking a lot about local media is dying, we should we should move on it, we should bypass it, how do we skirt it, its watchdog status, and I agree with a lot of that is eroding, but what we found success in is showcasing that you don't need to replace the news, you need to be, as a campaign, the grand sort of aggregator and then explainer of the news. We've seen television shows like John Oliver or Hassan Minhaj or others use this format, Vox. And so we said, why not throw it into a political campaign? Why not have a big issue in a political campaign that we make digestible for people using explainer videos and then using platforms to throw those out? So in summary, The state of our voter is someone who's divided, who's subjective to the facts, who has an irrational decision-making model. Some of the things we've learned on campaigns is that bots and trolls are real, that polling is now weaponized, that we're in a very different time of how we engage. And then the 4 lessons here, very simply: explain rather than replace the news, model behavior. You're in a system where you're able to have everyone be the campaign manager of their social network. I'll keep repeating that. And finally, it just looks at a change in philosophy. So at the end of the day, I know we've talked about influencers being the unlocking to their network. I'd say you're the unlocking to the rest of the community, and I thank you for your time. Thanks.
Leave it there. Great. Thank you very much, both for the speech and also for moderating the panel. I was speaking with some people in the break, and they said that they want 30 seconds to pitch their idea. And who are the candidates? 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Hi people, we're still here. The Romanians are coming and we are a protesting nation. So my pitch, my 30-second speech today won't be about an organization or a project. It will be about 3 years, which meant almost 30 years for us. So it would be a pitch for a presentation tomorrow, presentation of our people and how we went from the streets of Bucharest from minus 20 degrees to plus 40 up to the chambers of the European Parliament.
5 seconds.
See you tomorrow.
Great. Just for waking up. Who's into social change here? Who produces social change? Yeah. A couple of hands there. Here, not for sure. Just one finger. Just one social change. Awesome. I'm asking this question because I'm going to invite on stage Suvir Bayai, co-founder of Oxymoron India, from whom we're going to learn how we can use our influence for CSR. And the talk will be about preparing influencers campaign that brings about social change.
Thank you, Aline. Let's actually hear it for Aline. Aline's been up here doing a great job on stage all day. Let's hear it for Aline, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, don't you think Aline is looking dapper in this black vest today? I, for one, think he's looking dapper. I'm going to be borrowing this look for tomorrow. This black vest, I'm going to be putting it on. Aline, you have influenced me today.
Yeah.
So let me start with a joke. When 2 influencers have sex with each other, are they collaborating? I can feel your eyes burning a hole through the back of my head. Yes, I can feel your eyes on me as well. I can feel all your eyes on me. I feel very watched at the moment. I almost feel like an influencer. Anyway, let's get on with the slides. Cool. So I'm going to be chatting with you guys about a social responsibility campaign. My name is Suvir Bajaj. Yes, that gentleman is me. I made the mistake of getting into the Adriatic Sea yesterday, and this is how I look today. I apologize. I am a digital entrepreneur from Bombay, India. I've lived there all my life, but run through a bunch of startups. I'm here today to talk to you about my digital advertising agency that I call Foxymoron. I run a digital advertising, thank you, digital advertising agency based in Bombay. We dabble in creative media, data, technology. Won't tell you too much about it. I will tell you about the structure though, because we have one interesting part of our agency. The far right that you see is called Polin. Polin is our influencer management agency, and we do some really, really cool stuff with influencer management. So I'm going to be telling you about some of the stuff that we do. But before that, let me give you guys a little bit of context on how the Indian diaspora really looks. I would imagine that none of you are very familiar with how India looks as a market. So let me talk to you about how India really looks. India has a population of about 1.3 billion people, of which about 1.2 billion of them are already on mobile phones. We have an internet population of 600 million people today. Just let me give you some context. The population of this country, if I'm not mistaken, is about 600,000 people with an active internet population of 450,000 people. And just from the time that I made this presentation to today, the active internet population in India has already gone up by 24 million people. Just to give you guys some context and scale in terms of the work that we do. To give you some context and scale, we are the single largest Facebook country in the world today. As you guys know, China is a Facebook dark market today, and India stands at 300 million plus Facebook users. Of course, though, Facebook is not the most popular social platform in India. Any guesses for which one is? Anyone? No one? No, it's not YouTube. No, it's not Instagram. The Instagram number is right there. It's WhatsApp. It's actually WhatsApp. That's right. It is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is the most dominant social platform in India today. So, of course, all you influencers fit in somewhere into this category, and I think, Adam had spoken about the importance of segmenting users. Our friends from Zinc had spoken about the importance of segmenting users into these various different funnels. But in India, in the Indian context, is it so much more important to segment users into these funnels? Because Indian influencers are now talking to 600 million active internet users on the internet every single day. So everyone has a very distinct role, and everyone has a very defined role in terms of what these influencers actually set out to achieve on their journey when they work with large brands, when they work with NGOs on a daily basis. I think the screens have frozen. Okay, cool. What do people really know about India, right? Everyone knows that India is a beautiful country. We've got the Taj Mahal. We've got Mahatma Gandhi. It's a beautiful country. And of course, yes, it is. But it's also a very populous country, right? With a population of 1.3 billion people. And basis the size of this population, there are several challenges that we face. Some of the challenges that we face are population density. Mumbai, for instance, is the most densely populated country in the world. I come from Mumbai. There are 20 million people that inhabit a city of 650 square kilometers. And just if I had to draw some context, if the entire world lived in an area of land that was as densely populated as Mumbai, the entire world would live in a country as big as Romania, with the space for a national park as large as Montenegro. So those are the challenges that we really face. Now, one of the byproducts of the challenges that we face is infrastructure. Infrastructure doesn't exist, it breaks down. We have the monsoons in Mumbai, we get one rainfall, the roads are completely broken. And while the infrastructure fails, in a lot of India, the infrastructure even ceases to exist. In fact, there are 72,000 villages in India that are not electrified. And rural electrification is a very, very big problem in the country that we live in. And that's the problem that I'm going to be talking to you guys about today. So while we get to the previous slide, this is where Adam spoke about humanizing your problems, and we made a small film to humanize the problem of rural electrification, just to make the problem slightly more contextual to our audiences and slightly more emotional in terms of its relatability. So let's have a look at the film. Is this on? Yeah. In the interest of, I'm just going to skip the text at the end. And as large a country as India is, and as you saw the basic fundamental problems that we face, infrastructure, what really unites India? The first thing, of course, is something that I chatted with my Turkish friends about last night quite extensively. No prizes for guessing, it's Bollywood. And the second thing, which is currently the hottest topic of what's going on in India right now, is cricket. As you do know, the Cricket World Cup is going on. We're doing fabulously well. We just kicked Pakistan's ass last Sunday. Sorry, I had to throw that in, no offense. And of course, the IPL, which is the Indian Premier League, is the largest televised media event in the world. This year, in fact, it even overtook the Super Bowl and grossed the highest revenue and the highest viewership around the world. This, in fact, is one of the teams that keeps winning. It's called the Rajasthan Royals, and they do wonderfully well. And we said, how do we pick these guys up, who are the real influences of India, the Bollywood and the cricket, and how do we create some social change with them? And how can we change? So we've got the next film, and I'll be wrapping up after that.
India as a country is a paradox. It has two parts. The first is the affluent, those who live in comfortable homes and enjoy all amenities. And then there's the deprived India, which lives in rural areas without access to one of the most basic of all human needs, electricity. At present, over 400 million Indians live in absolute darkness post-sunset. With the desire to make a difference, we then went about interpreting power light literally. The solution? Power Light a Village, an initiative that aims to light up rural households across the country with the help of solar-powered lamps. How did we get the idea of doing this? A simple story of a boy called Om. Om is like any 10-year-old child living in rural India, trying to find some hope and light in his life. All we did was to provide the rural houses with various solar-based lights, but this was not a simple campaign. We engaged with people through a 360-degree campaign which would interact with them on their desktops, their laptops, and even their smartphones. It needed to go beyond just a digital campaign and transcend into something that actually mattered. A unique campaign that allowed our fans to use social currency to light up a village. Through a Facebook application, users contributed 10 watts of electricity by sharing and tweeting through the buttons provided in the application itself. The response? It was massive. Our fans contributed hard advance from the day of the launch. We got the biggest gentlemen of cricket together to talk about the Guardian and Power Light Village initiative on innovative Google Hangout. The total reach of the Hangout was over 7 million and was viewed by over 50,000 people from across the country. To round it all off, we shot a 2-minute digital film about it all. Om's story inspired millions across the country, and people started inquiring as to how they could support the cause beyond social media. Over 33,000 people interacted with our video, adding over 330,000 watts to Power Light Village application of 1 meter. Fans across the digital platform reacted positively and saluted the initiative by showing their support. Our user engagement has crossed almost 900% since the start of the year. We have received over 10,000 tweets about our application and its mission. What we started became much bigger than what we envisioned it to be. India listened and shared and made a difference. With over 1.5 billion watts generated and thousands of households having an increase to smile, the Power Light Village initiative continues with the belief that take care does not end with yourself, but it also extends to the environment around you. Take care.
Thank you. The gentleman you saw on the left was Rahul Dravid, who is considered to be one of the most trustworthy wicket keepers that the Indian cricket team ever had, one of the most trustworthy batsmen, and also one of the most trustworthy gentlemen. 10,000 houses that have been electrified, 400 villages electrified. Please use your influence in the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the inspiring speech. Now, if you've seen our next speaker, Betul Iskender, around, you would actually think that he's a huge Metallica fan. But the thing is, he's a journalist turned avid space promoter or influencer. He's into the space, and he will tell you more about it. But what he is trying to tell all of us is about digital influences starting from zero. Digital influences campaigns with minimal resources. That is actually starting from zero, minimum resources and stuff. So, space guy, come on stage.
Thank you. Usually people have trouble with understanding which country I'm from. You didn't even mention my country, I think. No, it's fine. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. There were so many cases in my life when I was presented as Bakhtur Iskander from Kazakhstan, which is not true, and these are two different countries. But yeah, I also want to thank Reinke for mentioning me in her Instagram story. With her 2 million followers, I expect like a flood of Polish followers now. But I checked it, and so far I was followed by an Instagram account called Face Massage, which, is a good start of, the whole adventure. Anyway, so I will probably not have time to explain to you what is Kyrgyzstan, although I understand that, this is usually the first question I'm being asked, when I come to Europe or wherever else in the world. But I will tell you the story of the media outlet that I founded together with my friend. And this is a picture which I think is one of the best illustrations of what we've been doing for all these years. Today is actually the birthday of our media outlet. It's been 12 years since we founded Klop, and this picture shows a trial against one of the top criminal leaders in Kyrgyzstan. He's sitting behind the cage, as you can see, and then you see a young girl in the middle, and she's a journalist of Klop. And at the moment when this photo was taken, she was just 16 years old. She was studying at high school, and still, she was actually going to this trial every time something was going on there, and she was reporting about the trial against, the top criminal leaders. So I really love the contrast of this picture, her being surrounded by, this grown-up man, and then she's sitting there and doing her work. This criminal leader is actually free now again. That tells you something about Kyrgyzstan. So yeah, we founded Klop in 2007, exactly 12 years ago. This project was launched. I did it together with my friend Rinat, and our idea was initially that we were very much dissatisfied with the quality of journalism education in my country. I was expelled from the university just shortly before that, a year before that. Actually, I was studying journalism at the university, and I was a very bad student. But I was bored with everything that was going on at the university. So we wanted to create some new journalism school where students will actually learn by posting real stories, by actually writing real stories and working with a real audience. And that's how Klop was born. And from the very beginning, the idea was that we'll focus on really young people. And there are several reasons why, and I'll explain them to you a bit later. So I have some advice written to you, or maybe lessons learned, from all these years of doing that. So I think one of the keys to our success from the very beginning was that we tried to stick only to one thing that we were good at, because we had really minimal resources. So that you would imagine it was just 3 people. And we had no office, we had no money. We had an organization that wanted to host our trainings, which was really generous from them. And that's it, that's what Klop was at the beginning. And then we started just gathering a group of young people who we would, teach. Today Klop is one of the most popular online media in Kyrgyzstan. I think it's in the top 5 of the most popular online media outlets in Kyrgyzstan. And the way we reached it was because of, these lessons that I learned. And one of them was, yes, exactly this, that from the very beginning we were sticking only to one format. We were really trying to become as professional as possible. And this format was something that media in Kyrgyzstan hadn't done before that much. Maybe because there were not so many online media in general, and there were only 2 or 3, I would say, regular, like daily based online media outlets in Kyrgyzstan before 2007. So in a way it was a bit easy for us because the whole field was pretty empty, the whole field of online journalism. But then on the other hand, we tried to understand what we didn't like in those other media and what we were good at. And one thing we were good at is covering events with live text broadcasting, and that's something that we became really professional in from the very beginning. We had this group of young people who were really willing to learn how to do that. From the economical perspective, what was really great about it is that we didn't have to pay them any salary, because, you know, they were studying, and this was part of their education process. I mean, it sounds really mean from me, right, saying this right now. But no, I mean, this was actually, this was a really nice combination. You know, we had young people who would come to study journalism with us. We wouldn't charge them any money, and at the same time, they would be able, like, to write stories for you and to do this kind of live coverage of, you know, important events happening in Kyrgyzstan, and they would do it for free, of course, because this was part of the education process. So this was the way we managed to survive during the first couple of turbulent years of existence, when we really had minimal resources. And then a key moment happened in 2010 when we understood that we became leaders in, you know, that field, in terms of live coverage, and, well, we were lucky enough that we had a revolution in our country, and that helped us a lot. And because, you know, revolution was a really interesting test for the media, so that, you know, it was possible to understand who is actually agreeing to follow the principles of journalism and keep on covering what's going on the way it is, and who was, you know, not willing to do that. And suddenly we found ourselves at some point that we were one of the very few media outlets that was ready to cover the revolution the way it was happening. And this is a screenshot actually of the video that we were filming during those days. And then we started monetizing this reputation that we gained. When the revolution was happening, there was a period of 12 hours, I think, when we were the only media outlet, online media outlet in Kyrgyzstan that was actually telling what was going on in the country, or to be precise, in the city where revolution has started. That gained us a lot of new followers, that gained us a lot of new audience, and then, you know, we needed to do something with it, because there were two sides of it. On one hand, of course, it's great, you know, when you suddenly have this influx of new people reading your stories. On the other hand, you need then to do something after, you know, the peaceful time is coming. And this is a problem of many media outlets who became popular during revolution or during, you know, times like this, because then you need to somehow keep on working with your audience after, you know, everything is settled down. So we started what I call now monetizing our reputation, although back then we didn't call it like this, of course. And so one of the stories happened actually before the revolution. It was a story about this guy, son of the president, who was toppled during the revolution. And I think the first sign of us taking care of our reputation was investigating his criminal activities. That was a really great test for us, you know, to understand how far we can go in terms of risking our lives. This was the first time when we actually got death threats for what we were doing. And this was also the time when, you know, we decided that maybe we should actually start, self-censoring ourselves maybe, because, you know, like security services of the country, they really told us that, you know, we should stop writing anything about the president and his family. Otherwise, as they said, we wouldn't deal with you in a legal way. And we were like, okay. But then revolution happened, so basically it saved our lives. After the revolution, we kept on doing, you know, anything to keep on proving our reputation of investigative reporters. And that was, you know, the years when we switched to actually more different types of formats of stories that we would publish. This was the story about the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the head of the police, who was having an illegal business in Bulgaria, which he never, you know, mentioned in any tax declaration or something. And this was also the story which set a record on the amount of bribe that we were offered to be paid for the story to be removed. And this is not what I mean monetizing reputation, all right? We, of course, refused to accept this money, but they offered us $3,000 so that we remove the story. And we, of course, okay, sorry. Now this guy also helped to monetize our reputation a lot. This is the previous president of Kyrgyzstan, another previous president of Kyrgyzstan. We now have the 5th president. We are the only Central Asian country that had so many presidents. So this guy was the 4th president, and it was the first president of Kyrgyzstan who started like an open confrontation with us, especially after we started investigating some shady, you know, machinations that he was organizing during the presidential elections in 2017. And he published something, he said something really cool about us. After reading that story on Klopp, I had a feeling as if I've stepped into a piece of shit. That's one of his most famous quotes about us. I really love it. And Klopp comrades, well, you can read it. I mean, it's long. So basically, it's him threatening that he will sue us. It's him, calling us bedbugs, which is a wordplay because, Klopp with one O is a bedbug in Russian. And, what it led to, all these types of stories, it led to actually building a much higher trust with our readers. And one of the greatest examples of how this trust was monetized in a way was, when we decided to diversify also the source of our income, when we switched to getting money not only from grants from donors, but also from other sources like crowdfunding, for example. And in 2014, we had a very successful crowdfunding of sending me to Ukraine to cover the war, when we managed to gather more money from readers than we actually asked for. We asked for 80,000 soms and we got 100,000 soms. So this is one of the ways, a small newsroom like ours could develop also because, readers trusted us, and that's why. And that led to a series of stories about the war in Ukraine, which was actually very important in Kyrgyzstan. Ukrainians are always surprised how Ukraine was discussed in Kyrgyzstan. And then we also, of course, we grew our future bosses by ourselves, because these students who we were working with, they would become then leaders in our organization. So this story about the president's son was done by an 18-year-old Anna Lilik, who would later become one of the top managers of our media outlet. Or the story about this police chief was investigated by this guy, Ulukbek, who would also become later one of the top managers of Klopp. And the whole Atambayev investigation was done by LDR, who is now the editor-in-chief, after I resigned from this position. And moreover, Anna, when she became a top manager at Klopp, she was responsible for fundraising, and she managed to fundraise $800,000, which was, enough for us to survive for like next 3 years or so. So basically, we invested into her when she came to us as a 17-year-old student in 2008, and then she grew through all the positions at Klopp that you can imagine, and then she managed to do this, which is how, sorry, it doesn't work. Oops. And then last thing I want to tell is that, I think one of the keys of our success was also that we were never afraid to do something dramatically different from what we've been always doing. At one point, I personally got tired a little bit of dealing with journalism, so I transferred all the power to younger people, and now they are responsible for the newsroom. I'm not doing journalism that much anymore, and I switched to something else. We basically opened a space program within Klopp, where this orange thing is a prototype of a future Kyrgyz satellite, which will be the first satellite of our country, which will be built by a group of women, young girls, who are mostly on this picture, but not only them. Oops, what's wrong? Sorry. I don't know what is wrong. The clicker doesn't work anymore. Now it works. But I have to go through the whole presentation. I'm sorry. Oh, no. We've seen that. Okay. Let's go further. So you basically have the recap of everything I was talking about. But so basically this is what I'm working on right now personally. Like, I'm kind of fundraising and looking for contacts for this program. And we were always thinking, and we've started having really cool trainers actually. This is a NASA engineer who is having webinars with a group of girls who are building the first satellite. And I'm the one who is finding NASA engineers for girls so that she would work with them. But the idea was that why would we limit ourselves to only one activity? If suddenly you want to do something else, why don't you just do that? And that's, I think, how our organization has been developing all these years. If you wanted to try something new, we would just try it. After making sure that the previous successful things you've done are now done by the next generation of people. And I think I've run out of time. I have this huge stop sign. So if you are interested in learning more about the space program or journalism or Kyrgyzstan in general, just find me and I'll be happy to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. From From digital influencers to space programs. Like, what's next? Yeah. Space influencer? I'm going to invite up on stage Taylor Nicolai, which is the CEO in Viral Spark. Part of his bio is the fact that he's really handsome and really awesome.
Yeah.
These are two things that you should know about him.
Thank you.
And the fact that he's going to speak about creating a social media empire starting from zero.
All right. Empire is such like a big word. It's like one of those words that it's like, I'm going to tell you how to make a Death Star or something. Anyway, my name is Taylor Nicolai. I am from Los Angeles, California, originally from Minnesota. Probably none of you know where Minnesota is. But you also don't know who I am, and I have 10 million followers. And I'm going to tell you the story of how I did that. I am apparently, okay, so we're good. I'm going to tell you the story of how I did that, and it kind of starts a little weird. I started from zero, and I started without any real direction in my life. One of the other things I wanted to tell you guys is that a lot of people in the social media biz are going to lie to you and tell you that they can sell you the idea on how you can become famous on the internet. And one of the things I like to establish with people is that those people are liars, they're con artists, and they're full of shit. And I'm going to do my best to show you the formula that I used to grow millions of followers on the internet. It won't work for you, but what I want to do is have you start to think about how you can think about pattern recognition in the same way that I do. So, again, my name is Taylor Nicolai, and I couldn't get a job after college. So, to start off, I was in high school. And I didn't really have any direction in my life. I was kind of one of those kids who played a lot of video games, a lot of sports, and you know, I got good grades in school, but I didn't really know what I was doing with my life. Then I was watching TV, and there was this show called The Apprentice on, and it had this guy, you've probably not heard of him, his name's Donald Trump, and he was the host of this show. It was a dumb show, but I remember watching it, and I said to my grandmother at the time, I looked at the TV and I said, that's what business is? I can do business? That looks easy. So I decided to go to business school. And I got 2 degrees. I got a BA in business with a concentration in marketing management and a BA in advertising, or a BA in journalism with a concentration in advertising. So I got 2 BAs, which I graduated. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, why are you really getting 2 degrees in college? Like, the only real reason I was kind of doing it is because they were kind of similar and I could like stack some classes. Like, don't tell anybody that, but that was part of it. But the other part is that it felt so good on graduation day. People were like walking around being like, what did you major in? And I could be like, I did 2 of them. So I graduated and nobody cared. And it was one of the most odd situations in my life where I felt like a failure even though I had done everything that I thought I was supposed to do. I graduated in the midst of the recession. I graduated in 2010. So the recession kind of started in 2008, but it was still going in 2010. I really wanted to get a job at an ad agency, and no ad agency was going to hire someone straight out of college, especially someone like me who didn't really have any work experience. So I went into a deep, dark depression. And one of the things I do in my life as a social media guy is I try to get across that I think it's very important that we all talk about mental health and be more serious about it, but also have levity about it, like whatever. So I had no job and I had no idea what to do with my life. I had no hope. And I remember I was about a year in of unemployment, of being unemployed after college. I couldn't get a job at an ad agency, but also I was trying to get a job at anywhere. And I would go in and I would apply for a job and I would be told I was too overqualified. So I couldn't get a job at the low end and I couldn't get a job at the high end, and I didn't know what to do. So then I discovered this thing called social media, which was kind of taking off at the time. I remember I had an interview and somebody asked me what I thought about Twitter, and I remember saying in that interview, oh, that's dumb. That's just like Facebook but with posts. Like, who cares what you have to say? But I started realizing that if people were spending their entire day on social media, they had to be making money. And that's one of the things, that's one of the patterns I want you to start thinking about. If somebody is spending all of their time on something, that means either they're very wealthy from mom and dad, or they're making money from it. So I started really paying attention to who was big on Twitter. And one of the big people on Twitter was not a person. It was a parody account of Lord Voldemort from Harry Potter. So if you've never read Harry Potter, Lord Voldemort is the bad guy. He's the Darth Vader is to Star Wars as Lord Voldemort is to Harry Potter. So he would go and he would make jokes based on what the hashtags were. Hashtag on Twitter is what's trending. And so Lord Voldemort would make a joke. So if a hashtag was something like, what I ate today, Voldemort might say, I ate a unicorn, because if you're a Harry Potter fan, you know Voldemort eats unicorns. So, okay, so Lord Voldemort was making money because I saw he was posting links, and I saw those links had to be making him money, because why else would he be posting links? It was weird. So I decided I could do it better because I'm awesome and handsome. So I decided I could do it better. And the way that I was going to do it better is that I was going to target my following. So the way that I targeted following was I focused on who was engaging with his tweets, and then I would go to their profile and I would engage with them, which would reciprocate usually a follow in my direction. I thought that Voldemort, while being a bad guy, I could be Snape, who is another character from Harry Potter. I could enact a lot of emotional responses from people, because Snape is a much more not like black and white evil character, so I could go with emotion more, and then I was going to do hashtag stuff faster than Voldemort did. And what this required me to do was literally be on the internet looking at Twitter for 20 hours a day for about 3 years straight. And I am not exaggerating those numbers. I did not have a good 20s. Like, my 20s sucked. I didn't have a girlfriend for a long time. So so what happened is that I was engaging with these people. I got to about 4,000 followers. What am I doing on time? Okay, so, okay, I'm going to try to go faster because I got a lot to do. So the final Harry Potter movie came out. I had about 4,000 followers. So I went to see the movie. I went to Twitter after it was done. I lived in the Central Time Zone in Minnesota. It was 2:30 in the morning a.m. I went onto Twitter and I wrote a series of jokes. All of these jokes went viral because I had 4,000 followers. It wasn't too much, but it was enough to catch on. That night, every single trending topic was a tweet from me. I created all the hashtags, and all the trending topics were a series of words, because at that time you could have like 5 words in a row on the trending topics. Every single trending topic was something from me. And this is because obviously this was a huge moment in culture with the final Harry Potter movie coming out. And if you don't know, Snape is a big important character in the story. I'm not going to spoil it in case you haven't read it. So I woke up in the morning with 20,000 followers. And 20,000 followers today is kind of like, you know, but someone can do some Logan Paul-esque thing and gain 20,000 followers in a minute. But at that time, Twitter was small enough that that would be the equivalent of maybe 250,000 followers today. It was a very big deal. So I didn't invent hashtag hacking, but I invented it as a marketing phrase. Hashtag hacking, being the first on a hashtag, because at that time, when you would be the first to have a viral tweet on a hashtag, they would stick you at the top. And then I realized that if I would be stuck at the top, I would gain up to 13,000 followers in 12 hours of time. So I found my formula soon after that, because I continued studying social media and the internet. So my formula was to first and foremost, Reddit is a website that exists. It is very, 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 very famous as a social media platform, and very few of you use it. You should, because it is where ideas start. I would go on Reddit and I would look to see what patterns were. And one of the patterns I saw was that this socially awkward penguin was being used a lot. It was a meme at the time. This is kind of how memes were formatted at the time. They'd have these weird colors and then like some cartoon in the center. and at the same time, I also realized that the word awkward was being used a lot outside of just the socially awkward penguin. So I invented the phrase, that awkward moment. So my formula was linguistic pattern plus image pattern equals viral potential. So I went viral on the internet, So I went viral on the internet, I created the phrase, that awkward moment, and I got a movie deal. I was the first person to ever create a Twitter account that became a movie. They reached out to me, they used my account to promote the movie, and it was a really cool thing considering I hadn't made like a ton of money before that. So continuing on this trend, I was on Reddit, I discovered this cat that looked very grumpy looking. I decided to post it on the internet, on Twitter. It grew faster than anything I've ever seen before. So yes, I'm the guy who popularized Grumpy Cat. Grumpy Cat, I don't have much time, I'm gonna keep going. So Grumpy Cat was this thing where I was so practiced with writing sardonic tweets with Snape that I was like, oh, I can just take the same way I'm writing these sardonic tweets with Snape and I'll do it on Grumpy Cat. So I did it on Grumpy Cat, and every single tweet that I did just went viral, and it didn't matter because it was Snape tweets basically with Grumpy Cat as the face, and everybody loved this Grumpy Cat face. And it grew so fast, I hadn't seen anything like it before. The end of that story is kind of sucky because the family went on to make $100 million. I got none of that money. Because I didn't own the cat and I didn't own the pictures, but I'm the guy who popularized it. So then I saw Twitter. Oh God, Twitter bought Vine. I decided to make a Twitter account that was an aggregate of Vine content. One of the things you got to look for is patterns. When a company buys another company, one of the best ways to grow is to be an aggregate of that content. I popularized all the famous Viners that you know through my Twitter account, including Logan Paul, who is now an enemy of everyone because he did something stupid. I continued going viral. These numbers say 33. I actually have 35 accounts that I tweet on daily. So then afterwards, I was like, what about me? Because I can be an influencer myself. Snapchat came out. I was like, oh my God, that's something I can do because I'm a quirky guy. I can go viral on Snapchat. So I did. And then Wired Magazine called me one of the next generation media stars, and all of these things did profiles on me. And I made a company, and I decided to kind of step away from being a social media influencer on a personal level because my company was being too successful. And I picked up, I realized, okay, almost done. I realized that I was so famous on the internet that I knew all the other people who were famous, so I decided to make an ad agency that I would work with the biggest brands in Los Angeles and really the world. Most of my clients are in China now, and I grouped everyone up that I was friends with, and I was like, hey, we're all able to market, and I do 2 billion impressions a month with 76 contractors. Done.
We can add 5 more minutes of you, definitely. What about that, right? What energy. What an influence. This is a real influencer. Congrats. One more round of applause, please. And the saddest thing about the Grumpy Cat is that it died. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Okay, now how do you enroll artificial intelligence into marketing systems? So AI-powered influential marketing systems, a neighbor of this country, Serbia, brings Angela Todorovic, machine learning engineer, from startups to mathematics and beyond.
Thank you. I may not be as funny as the previous guy. Tough competition though. I have to admit that some of you are influencers, but we as humans are very vulnerable. Do you agree? Raise your hand if you agree that we are quite vulnerable. Which isn't necessarily bad, but it is kind of a thought-provoking to me. Did you ever think about that someone's whole career or whole love life, friendships, and everything that we have online is nothing else but several lines of code. It is quite interesting to me because it seems so real. And if you agree, it all seems so real and so influential, so powerful, but it can be gone in a second. So as someone who writes a lot of code on a daily basis, I wanted to teach you actually how to use all these lines of codes, all this software that you have, to use it, to incorporate it into your business and to use it as a powerful tool before it can be gone in a second. So let's talk about AI. It has been a hype recently, unfortunately, because some of us have been in AI for much longer than it has been hyped. So basically, there are several ways that AI can help your business or your social media profile, if that's what you're interested in, to reach its full potential. I have mentioned only a few, but there are many, many use cases. So today we're going to talk about, first of all, predictive analysis, and then we can see how we flag posts that aren't satisfied enough by the community and how we actually detect fake engagement and spam bots. So let's start with predictive analytics. This is something that you may be interested in if you are an influencer already or you have a certain following. Or maybe if you already have your own business and you want your sales to grow and to scale up to 10 or 20 times larger. So what is predictive analytics? Now, imagine that you're in a grocery store, everyday situation, right? So you're done with your shopping and you want to go to the line. And you know that that can be so time-consuming and exhausting. So basically, what your brain does at that moment is it creates one kind of a predictive model. In which way? You have to decide which line are you going to go to. So basically, you choose a fastest line based on some features and some target values. I will explain now the terminology behind the whole predictive analysis. So expected output, it's the fastest line. It's that line that you will go to, and it will be your final decision. And target variable there will be the amount of time that you will spend in that line. And of course, you're trying to minimize it to make it as quick as possible just to leave and grab your stuff and go home. Historical data is something that you already know. You've been shopping like zillion times in a lifetime, so you probably know something about which line to choose. And based on that, you have some predictors or features, which can be like the amount of people in the line, whether some of them are paying with card, how many groceries they have in their shopping carts, etc. So based on these features, you have your own predictive model. And predictive model is what goes on in your brain in that kind of a second. And it says, OK, I'm going to go to that line. So it is the same thing that you do in everyday life, what we do in business, in machine learning. OK. Oops. Now talking about customers, as a potential business or as a business itself, you have your own customers and you try to increase their customer lifetime value. What does that mean? It means that you want your customers to stay with you as long as possible. You want to treat them right and you want to have as much revenue from them as possible. So before machine learning and the whole explosion of deep learning models, we had the formula that you can see, which looks kind of boring. It's like average revenue per user, some percentages squared. And it's a lot of mathematics, and it just doesn't make sense. And I have seen this formula a dozen times, working with a lot of IT companies as a business intelligence analyst. I have seen that most of these companies just focus on what is the most important to them, on money. And they calculate the amount of money, and they say, okay, how are we going to gain more money without paying attention to their customers? So I want to ask you, one day when you start your business, will the money be what you're starting it for? Or if you're already an influencer, was the money the reason that you started building your brand and your social media accounts? Of course not. What we want to focus on is customers, and we can use that as our features. As you have seen in the previous slide, you have some features that you train your models on. So deep learning has made a revolution here because these features can be your customer satisfaction, the percentage of them that return to your brand year by year, and many, many things that don't seem as important as they should be, but can make a gross revenue at the end. So there are a lot of software that you can use, like, for example, R, SPSS, and we can talk about this either at the pause or if you're interested, just contact me. So there is a lot of statistics software that you can use with influencers to have an advantage of it and to gain more revenue to your brand. Elimination of fake engagement. I think we have mentioned several times. We've tried to determine whether an influencer is really an influencer or not. And here are some statistics of big brands that actually have a huge number of fake followers. And actually the AI system decided and calculated the percentages. And how we did it? By something called time series data analysis. Basically, okay, let's make it easy. We have something called trend and the change of that trend in data analysis. So when working with time series, when you notice a peak, like if you have someone who hasn't posted in a year and suddenly their following raises from 0 to, I don't know, 1,000, you can notice some specific behavior. And if this behavior, so that is the first red flag, if this behavior continues, you can detect by training your AI model that actually this person is using fake followers. If you have noticed, Instagram itself has some own algorithm that it shows a person to you, and some influencers say that the algorithm is mean. It isn't, it just notices when you use fake engagement bots. So if you did or still do that, please avoid it because it is quite noticeable and it is quite easy to detect it by using AI. Disclosure guidelines, some boring regulations. Actually, when you have marketing involved in the whole influencer marketing campaign, you want to be as trustworthy as possible and to kind of try to promote a project or a product that you have to sell it without like risking some without like I don't know, spoiling the commission guidelines, and you want it to be as trustworthy and as good as possible. So actually we have built a smart classifier which flags your posts whether they are appropriate for Instagram or not, based on many previous use cases. So basically this is similar to what we have done with ad classifying, and it is quite usual and it is quite simple to implement it. You basically have a classifier that says, okay, if this image, for example, that can be trained on a network contains this, this, and this, or if some hashtags have been tagged, then you can say, okay, this is spam and this is not spam. And based on that, you train your model and you feed it with data until it finally learns how to classify and draw a line between what is good and appropriate for social media versus what it's not. So why AI? It has been a question that is asked quite recently. So what my final point would be here is that the amount of data today is exponentially increasing, and the amount of billions of dollars that are into the influencer marketing game is also exponentially increasing. And if you want your business to grow exponentially, or your following, or whatever matters to you, you have to start thinking exponentially. So please follow the trends like you do it on Instagram, follow the trends that you see in software development, and use what has been given to you and what has been researched by many. There is many tools and technologies that you can really use, and I think you should give it a try. That's it. Thank you.
Now I'm going to need your attention because I have a question. Who here considers himself an influencer? And this includes micro-influencers, maybe an influencer in your home. So, who's an influencer? So very few. So very few. Come on. You're not influencers at your home or amongst your friends? What? Those influencers, but the others? I think it depends a lot on what do you mean by influencers. Because you can influence people around you. You can influence your parents, for example, with going to vote. There are a lot of examples of what it means to be an influencer. And we have a question for that, actually, which is tied to this. That's why I'm going to ask you to pick up your phones again and go to Slido. Slido! And now the code is DCN2. You can either use slido.com/DCN2 or enter the code there, DCN2. And have you managed to log in? And you're going to have a question there regarding what platforms do you use, because it's digital influencers in action. We're going to see, we want to know how do you action and what platforms do you manifest this action. And the question is, what platforms do you use to influence people? Does it work? No? Yeah? We have a yes. Maybe YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Did you manage to vote? Nope. What happened? Oh, wait. Oh, so we still have a lot of Facebook. I was doing in Romania. I go through different cities all across Romania. What I do into entrepreneurship, and I interact with youngsters. And I ask them what social media platforms they use. When in rural areas, Facebook is still used. What I've seen is that Facebook is kind of dead with youngsters. Still, a lot of people still use it though. And Instagram, third website. A lot of people have websites. Okay, Twitter, which is not that much used in Eastern Europe. YouTube, IGTV, internet radio. Okay, did everyone manage to vote? I see the stats changing. Because I think what Franak had in mind was how many people do actually use IGTV, just to understand. It's not about the separation, but how many people do use it. Mm-hmm. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Franak. Yep. Yeah. Great. Cool. Now I'm going to invite on stage the next speaker. But before that, I have another question for you. How many of you have a living by following their passions? Following their passions, yeah. More people than are influencers. So I think this is a good base for Alex's speech, which is how to start a YouTube channel. Alex Negrete, he's head of marketing for and comes from LA, US.
Testing. This is a mic. Oh. Oh. All right. I'm going to put a water on this side. So we fill it up. Woo! All right. I'm going to be talking today about how to start a YouTube channel. But the same things I talk about can actually be applied to any platform. And, you know, as Taylor said, I'm not going to try to sell you a dream that you're going to be famous, but I can tell you that if you use the principles that I used, it'll be a step in the right direction. Okay. So what if you can make a living doing what you love? Obviously, you know, we all want to do that. And funny enough, on my notes here from the Splendid Hotel, it actually says, live your dreams, which in Montenegrin, I'm going to butcher this, is Zivi Zvoje Snove. And so I don't know if someone can correct me there, but thank you, thank you. So yeah, these platforms, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, we're living in a day and age in which, for the first time in modern history, we can actually creatively express ourselves and grow a following of people that are paying us with their time, with their attention, and with their energy and with their dollar. And that makes it easier than ever to grow a following and eventually be able to live your dreams. So I started posting videos to YouTube back in 2007 when the homepage looked like this. I don't know if you could see, it's very small, but one of those videos has 5,000 views. So it actually took 5,000 views to hit the homepage at that point in time. Within a couple years, I was actually one of the top 100 most subscribed YouTubers in the world. Business Insider actually called me one of the world's most powerful YouTube stars. I got the formula down and ended up creating 2 more YouTube channels. And these are the stats that they have today. One has 4.5 million subscribers, and the other one has 1 million. So, okay, let's see, this thing is. All of this sort of culminated with me being invited to the White House by President Obama for the first ever Digital Influencer Summit. You can actually, I don't know if you noticed some of these faces. We got Jake Paul in that picture. We got Liza Koshy in that picture. So a lot of big internet talent there. So now you know a little bit about me and my experience, so now let's talk about you. So here's what to know before you start. Know your mission. This is your purpose, your why, your whole reason for creating content in the first place. This is, in my opinion, the most important thing in this entire presentation, is just knowing why you want to create in the first place. And you might think you know, but if you're anything like me, you might not completely know, so it's important to try to figure that out. The Food Ranger. This is a guy I interviewed for my company's blog. His mission is that he wants to help inspire the world to travel and not be afraid to go out. And so he has 3 million subscribers. He's a big travel and food blogger and really great guy and really inspiring. So that's a great mission. And your mission could be something as simple as, oh, I want to make people happy. I want to make gaming videos. Or it could be as complex as you want. It could be one mission. It could be multiple. But the important thing is to know. For example, you know, maybe that's, I want to change the world. I want help them understand more about climate change. You know, I want to inspire them to be healthy. Anything like this is a good mission.
And also just keep in mind that you know, there's going to be ups and downs in this, and your mission and your why is what's going to get you through. Also, know your brand. This is your identity. It's what people are going to identify with about you. And so it's very important to know this. Here's a video I posted that got 50 million views and was actually the first viral video that I made that pretty much skyrocketed my career, so that's great, but this was actually the beginning of the end for my channel. And this was like my downfall. So you think, oh, this video looks great, what happened? So I didn't know my mission at that point in time. Again, I thought I did. I thought that I wanted to just, you know, make people laugh, make people happy, and that was all good and great, but a few years later, I kind of grew out of that. I talked about this in Thessaloniki, so I'm not gonna go completely all into it, but you know, I realized that there was a deeper, you know, there was a deeper part of me that wanted to, you know, express myself and really change the world and all this sort of thing. And I didn't think that I was gonna be able to do that. So I actually had to leave YouTube to figure that out. You know, but whenever I posted this video, and you know, it got all these fans. I mean, literally 50 million people saw it. I kind of blew up overnight. I had a lot of people that were expecting to continue seeing this type of content. And it was that moment that I switched from being a leader to being a follower, because I let my audience, you know, call the shots. And if I would have had a stronger mission at that point in time, that wouldn't have happened. So some people that go viral, you know, maybe they're vloggers, you know, they make it about them. That probably would have worked better for me, because then I could have, you know, while I was figuring stuff out, I could have probably kept, you know, kept the videos going. But instead, I was like, you know, I don't really want to make this type of content anymore, so I had to, you know, figure it out. So again, all goes back to kind of knowing your mission. Again, know your audience. This is very important as well. You know, do your research, understand more about your competitors and the people you look up to, and figure out what's working for them and put your own spin on it. So these are some examples that, you know, I just did quick YouTube search. We got PewDiePie. So if you're going into gaming, you know, maybe you look at PewDiePie, seeing what he's doing. You know, he's doing Friday Fortnite. You can easily infer from that, you know, people are playing Fortnite, and you know, maybe I should do that. Oh, he's also doing it on Friday. Maybe you're into Super Mario. You do Super Mario Sundays. Also with you know, say you want to do beauty, you know, you can see pride, rainbow, glitter, liner, all of those are ideas that you can do. If you're going into comedy, surviving 24 hours straight in a desert, that's nuts. You could put your own copy that and put your own spin on any of that. This is what the audience is wanting and is loving. Okay, so now you know, before you start, you have to know what fulfills you, and how you're going to leave your mark on the world. So when you start, be real. This is Kim Kardashian. She's a great example because, you know, look at what she's posting. She's sharing pictures of her family, of her kids, cardio day, these very mundane things. But this is what connects people to her. You know, ultimately, people want to feel like they know you, like they're your best friend, like you're part of their family and they're part of your family, and that's very important. And if you watch her stuff, I mean, she really makes you feel like you're one of them, and that's why. And she's able to do that so well at scale, and that's why she crushes it. So be open. You know, we got Gabby Hanna over here cleaning my bathroom for the first time in 3 years, and her bathroom is a complete mess. But she's being open about it, you know, and she's not trying to put on this perfect picture of her. And I feel like right now on Instagram especially, we have everyone that is trying to project this perfect image of themselves, and honestly, that is not the future. The future is being authentic, and obviously we've talked a lot about being authentic, so I'm not going to go into that. Consistency is very important. Consistency is right up there with authenticity, honestly, as maybe even more important than that, but I think authenticity is a little more important. Consistency is really, you know, what's going to have you do well with people and with the algorithms, which ultimately, as Adam said, I mean, they pretty much control everything. The algorithm, you know, is insane, because we all have to abide by what the algorithm likes, and the algorithm loves consistency. So this is an example of our Yo Mama channel. As you can see, the thumbnails look the same. The content looks the same. You could check out PewDiePie. He's uploaded every day for the past 8 years, and it's exactly the same style of content. You know, consistency is like putting a multiplier on your channel or on your content. You know people knowing when you're going to be uploading, what you're going to be getting. You know, and as Veronica said, there's so much stuff out there that they want to come to your channel or your type of content and know what they're going to get. And if you're not giving them that, then their attention is going to go elsewhere. The algorithm, the almighty algorithm is going to know that, and you're going to be demoted. And you know, it's going to be hard to recover from that. So you have to make sure that consistency is absolutely key. So here's what to know after you start. Stay active. You know, respond to comments. You know, this is this is on YouTube. I wasn't paying attention to that. On YouTube, you know, check out David Dobrik. He's a YouTuber, but also he posts often on his Instagram. You know, he's always on his Instagram stories. Obviously, YouTube, there's a lot of editing that you have to do. You have to do a lot of stuff. You know, but you can be active on Instagram. Check out your analytics. You got everything here that you need. You can check out your performance, your engagement. You can know exactly how to grow, how to get better. All of that's right there for you. Stay ahead of the game. Taylor is an absolute wizard at that. You know, right here I got Google Trends. You know, things like this are a great way to see what's coming up so you can tackle that content. Make sure that whatever you're doing is going to be similar. Like if you're making beauty videos or climate change videos, you know, don't jump on Tupac over there. You know, that probably won't be good for you. Also, you know, again, with staying ahead, also, it kind of protects you by making sure that if there's any algorithm changes or any changes that are coming, that you can be the first one to jump on that and that it's not going to harm you. Stay strong. Most important growth hack here is perseverance. Nothing trumps that. Trump, probably not a good word. 1 year after his infamous Suicide Forest video, Logan Paul is bigger than ever. If you guys don't know what that is, it was like a crazy thing where he went to the Japanese suicide forest and filmed a dead body, and everyone just thought that was the end of his career, but look, he's crushing it now. And that just goes to show that you could have something like this happen and still be able to turn that problem into a huge opportunity. So again, there's gonna be ups and downs. I'm not gonna try to humor you, okay? You know, it's not going to be easy. It's easier than ever to grow a following on YouTube, but it's not easy. But you can do it. You know, and it's all about perseverance. Now, let me just pull this out one more time, make sure I covered everything. So, just to wrap up, know who you are, what fulfills you, and what mark you want to leave on the world. Know what you're getting into. You need to win people's trust, make them your family, be yourself, and be consistent. And perseverance is the biggest growth hack. It's easier than ever, but it's not easy. But pursuing your dreams is the most rewarding journey of your life. Boom. Mic drop. Oh, and by the way, I was supposed to mention this really quick. Is it cool? Okay. So Taylor, Veronica, and I are going to be doing a panel tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we're going to be talking about how to grow your social media and also the pitfalls of being a social media influencer and the realities of it. So that's going to be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So hope to see you there.
Jesus, that was my cue.
All right, perfect.
Jeez. Okay, perfect. Last job for me. So really visit those workshops because you know it's a really cool thing. Thank you for the grumpy cat, by the way. Once more. Slovakia is the country where think tanks actually involve people and call to action between the influencers and the general audience, young audience, and they tell them about media literacy. Katarina Klingova, Senior Research Fellow at Strategic Communication Program Globsec Slovakia, will be talking about how they involved YouTubers, right, and influencers in media literacy campaign and other campaign by her think tank. So the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Katarina. I'm from Slovakia. Thank you very much to DCN for inviting me here to Budva and have this chance to talk about our work. Heads up, I'm not Taylor or Alex, so I'm just a lame researcher. You know, we don't have 44 millions or billions of reach on social media, so the numbers are going to be much more smaller. We're just a 5 million country. And I'm just a researcher whose Instagram is very, very lame. Okay. Okay. I'm a researcher. I work for Globsec. It's a think tank in Slovakia, and we started to monitor disinformation dating back in 2015. After the annexation of Crimea, we saw that lots of disinformation was being spread in our country, in region of Central Europe, in the region of Central Europe. We, as a pro-European, pro-Atlantic think tank, we saw that this is not true, you know. There are no nukes in Slovakia. There's no forced immigration being conducted in European Union. So we tried to debunk this disinformation, and we started to think of how to explain these things in a way that people would understand it. However, I'm just a researcher, and I don't think that we have such a good-looking soldier. You know, we don't have Lasse Matberg, who's a Norwegian officer, and now he is known as Mr. NATO, who is now explaining what NATO does. So when we started to debunk this information about NATO, we started to create animated videos about why is NATO important, what does NATO stand for, and why people should invest into army. But how do you compete with animated videos with propaganda that is done and it looks like video games? How do you compete with videos where Putin is riding on a bear, you know? So we start to think out that we need to use credible voices. You know, I'm a researcher, and there are lots of disinformation being spread about researchers and people who debunk things. Me and my organization and people who work in this field, they're all often labeled as agents of Soros, agents of CIA. There are lots of propaganda that is being spread about us, our work. They're saying that we are ourselves propagandists. So we started to look for influencers who have the ability to explain things in a very simple lingo to the target audience. And since we have our own huge conference, we started, this is not working. Okay, we started with experts. So we did this series of videos with experts where they asked them 3 simple questions: how to tackle disinformation, why is disinformation a threat, and what's the most ridiculous disinformation that you ever heard of. That was Yannis Sards, he's the director of NATO Stratcom COE. We tried to disseminate these videos eventually to raise awareness about among national experts and national institutions to know that disinformation is a threat, and disinformation is a threat to their society, to their national security. Then we tried to target general public, and our approach was to start cooperating with a stand-up comedian and one of the Slovak bloggers. His name is Jan Gordulic. He's like a John Oliver, and he has a weekly show called Hard Week with Jan Gordulic. So we started to contribute to his content, and he created this Hoax of the Week section on his show. But eventually, we started to think of, that the young people are the ones that are still building up their opinions, building up their decisions. So it's the young that we need to focus on, because they're still the ones that you can somehow influence what they think about the world. So we tried and we approached 2 Slovak YouTubers. One of them was Exploited, and another one was Selassie. And we created a campaign with them. The campaign lasted a week. It was basically a dispute between them that was based on information that was easily debunked. It started as Insta stories and eventually developed into YouTube videos. The campaign became the trending topic in Slovakia. I know it's not much, but it's a 5 million country, so we were like, yay! It somehow spilled over to Czech Republic. The post on Instagram had over 4 million reach, and it received a huge media coverage. So let's watch it. We have a bit of a short video. Can you play it? Please play it. Thank you.
Exploited and Selassie, two top Slovak YouTubers unleashed a controversy based on false information.
Pán Selassie na streame hovoril, že počuť stane sa do streamovania. Lážo, prosím, môže byť s nami v tom videu? Tak si povedal, že chce do videa slona.
They showed what a single piece of unverified information can do. The hate-filled videos were pushed by fans to the top of YouTube's trending page for Slovakia. The YouTubers released joint videos revealing that the hateful videos were for a good cause. And in the end, they provided a valuable lesson.
Ty si nadal niečo na streame a ty si to nepovedal. Či som to reálne na teba povedal. A dospeli až k tomu, že nám pánošici prajú smrť.
They gave easy tips on how to identify information on the internet.
Keď čítate nejaký článok, otvorte si link, na ktorom je ten článok, kúknite si, kto je autor toho článku, či vôbec ten človek existuje.
Thousands of young people admitted they were wrong and promised that they will fact-check stuff they read online.
Viete, že čo bola pointa toho celého? Áno, aby ľudia ignorovali všetkému, čo sa na internete dozvedia.
Aby v podstate ľudia neverili všetkému, tak
Videos depicting the positive messages of the campaign had more views than the hateful videos themselves. Will you fact-check it?
So that was our campaign from 2017, and yes, the guys started to get death threats within 2 days because their fan base really split into the fans of Star Wars and fans of Star Trek, or the people who really love Twilight. It was either Team Edward or Team Jacob. But last year we did another interesting campaign, and we tried to fight hoaxes with music, and we approached one of the Slovak rappers called Matis, and he created a track for us. And he called upon his supporters to eventually submitted videos, and from those videos, official video to that song was created. What you're going to hear is actually the song. The video, it doesn't have any kind of explanation. It's the words are going to be in Slovak, but I'll go into explain. So let's play it. So we wanted to create a positive campaign that was not based on dispute, and that didn't really disseminate any disinformation before. So we tried to make fun of disinformation and wanted to engage the people themselves to be able to contribute to the campaign in a positive way. So we approached this. So we decided to fight disinformation with music because music is universal. So we approached Matis, this rapper who created a track called David. David, he lives in his own information bubble and he doesn't check his information. And because of that, he is a troll. And these are the submissions of the people. But it was fantastic. The campaign reached a lot of influencers who joined in, and you can see them over here, who saw the cause and contributed on their social media to raise more awareness about this campaign. So you not only had the rapper, but you had the influencers joining on the campaign. We had a huge media coverage, both on TV but in print. And we reached over 500,000 of people with our outputs. In a 5 million country, it is quite a lot. It's not a lot in comparison to Alex and Taylor, but it's a lot. And then we had a workshop for young people where we launched a campaign. And we realized that fighting hoaxes makes sense, and a lot of people eventually will support you because the influencers see the cause in it. So we had, for example, one of the top Slovak YouTubers, that's the picture on the right top, eventually having a whole video dedicated to hoaxes, which only that video had almost 200,000 views. And similar campaigns we try to replicate in other countries. In Montenegro, actually, there was this group called Štrajk mozga. I don't know whether I pronounced that correctly, but they created 2 songs about disinformation, and they played it at the concert in Kotor. Then in Serbia, 2 influencers named Dušan and Dušan, they did these interviews with young people and asked them what kind of disinformation they're fond of or they encountered recently, and they made fun of it. So from our experience, we learned that you need to think out of the box when you do this kind of things and try to raise awareness and build campaigns. You need to work with professionals, you need to know your data. That's why we did focus group discussions with young people in countries before we eventually did the campaigns in those countries in order to know what kind of information and how information is being consumed by the young people. Yeah, and you need to look for the right voices, right influencers in order to spread the message. Thank you very much for the attention. That's everything for me.
Thank you. Even though I don't need this. Next up, we're going to speak about a very sensitive subject, which is domestic violence. And we're going to kick off the story from one post that led to hundreds of women, which started writing to Iliada. But I think I'm going to let her tell more about the story. I'm going to invite on stage Iliada Kotra, founder of Living Postcards from Greece, who's going to speak about domestic violence and serious social problems as topic for Digital Influencers campaign. Thank you, Iliada, for talking about it.
Wow. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the invitation, DC.com World of Learning. I'm sure that those kinds of events bring together people, projects, countries, and they can lead us to a better world. My name is Iliada Kotra. I'm a business consultant, a writer. And 7 years ago, in one of my business trips in London, I had the idea to make a platform, a global platform, and change the perspective of world about Greece. The most people, when they think about Greece, they think a country of lazy people that are sitting all the day in the beach drinking coffee, moussaka, feta, bouzouki, and all these kind of things. The thing is that during the financial crisis, many people lost their jobs and they had to deal with the fact that they had to make their dreams come true. So all these years, we had amazing success stories in Greece. We tried to find, me and my team, all those people that they were coming from design, people that they were building new hotels, boutique hotels, artists, musicians, people that they were dedicated to their dream because they didn't have time and they didn't have another option to do otherwise. The project called livingpostcards.com because we wanted to show people and the world that Greece is a place of living people, not just a place with columns and ancient history. So we did a lot of networking events. We inspired people. Our project and our goal was to make a lot of pop-up stores in order to bring together vendors, journalists, bloggers, people that they want to know more about Greek creativity. And we succeeded. We got millions of mails that they were saying, thanks for the inspiration. I want to follow my dream now. I want to do what's best for me. But deep down inside, that was not enough. So 2 years ago, I was in a very big stadium in Greece in a concert, and suddenly one guy stood up and started to beat his wife in the middle of hundreds of people while they were recording the incident with their cell phone. As you can imagine, all this thing became viral in a minute. I was thinking about this the whole week, and I was very angry, not only about the fact, I was angry about reading all those toxic comments under thousands of posts in Facebook or in Twitter, blaming the poor lady that she was only a victim and she deserved what she got. I had to deal with the fact that that woman didn't know how to get out of an abusive relationship. So after 1 week, I was sitting in my office and I posted just a personal post in my Facebook, just a post. I insisted that women cannot deal with those kind of situations very easily. It's strange how, amazingly, many women started to communicate with me and they were asking for help. The post in a few hours got about 14,000 likes and 20,000 shares in just 1 day. This was really a very, very bad surprise for me, and not a happy surprise, of course. That was the sign that I was living in my own world. I had no idea what was going next to me. I was living my dream with living postcards and the creativity, the designers, and all this glory. But near the apartments I was living, near my neighborhood, many people around me, they had problems very serious, especially my friends. And I had no idea about it. Some days ago, when the post was growing bigger and bigger and bigger, the messages were bigger too. I was keep saying, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a psychologist, I cannot help you. You have to deal, you have to find someone to help you. And the answer was all the same. You understood through the post, what we're heading to. You were in our shoes. No one understands how difficult it is to deal with people in a relationship full of abuse. So me and my team, we had an idea. We wanted to do something, and we had no idea what was that. The first thing was to make a short video, the video with the post. We wanted to write all those words in a video, and we tried to find influencers from Greece, very famous influencers, that they would share the message. The message was, don't accept it. All I wanted to shout in this lady that night in the concert was, do not accept it. So we did a video, and I had the problem finding the right influencers, because for me, it doesn't have to do with numbers, it doesn't have to do with followers, it has to do with kindness. So I was trying to find people that they have a social impact, but they are good people. The video got all the support from organizations abroad, like Wave Network, from Cork in Ireland, from Texas, from Brussels. And we made two, one from people with deaf problems and another one with English subtitles. Anna, can you please, it's easy? Oh, thank you. It's an amazing big problem. And the biggest surprise was that after the video, many of my friends came and they said, I want to participate. You know, I've been a victim of these things and I had no idea what was going next to me. We printed some t-shirts and the big organization came and said, I want to sell those t-shirts. And part of the revenue, can go to women that have been abused. So we work with organizations like Hope Sport Thessaloniki that protects women from trafficking. That's me. I've been all over makeup by a very big cosmetic organization. And when I walked in the center of Athens like this, no one came to ask me, how can I help you? What's wrong with you? No one. Seems that people from internet were reacting more quickly, but not through reality. Those are the t-shirts. We made a lot of organizations come to us. We made a lot of events, networking events. We spoke to many women. We spoke to many schools. We tried to make young girls to be up and do not accept. How many have? I don't see, I don't have my glasses. 3, okay, thank you. So, many people wore that t-shirt and spread their own message. It's called Don't Accept It, through their own social media. So, we got a lot of information every day from internet. We are hooked on internet. And we have to deal with hate speeches, fake news, toxic comments. What better could we do if we just have the internet basically for a good cause? If we would all use our phone, use our friends, and make just a small campaign without a big amount of money, just a will and the persistence to do something better from this world. They say that internet is very addictive. My opinion is that if internet is really addictive, let's all stay addictive, making this world a better place. I think that we can do it, and I think that we all have the power. It all changed, and it all started just from a single post. And many women today send still messages, writing, "Thank you, this was an explanation, now I don't accept it anymore. Finally, I got the strength to change my life." Thank you very much.
So, the perfect example how our lives can be changed by social media and influencing the social changes and how to create problems and solve them. People that are belonging to the group that is represented by Ladi Gabunia, he's a co-founder of Influence Georgia. People in his group actually are the pioneers of influencer digital campaigns, social media campaigns in Georgia, and how to up and be reborn again. Floor is yours.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. My name is Ladi, and as you just heard, we pioneered influencer marketing in Georgia 2 years ago. And past 2 years, we've done basically over 85 campaigns. And we had crazy good campaigns, amazing campaigns, and then we obviously, since we didn't know what we were doing, when we started it, we fucked up a bunch of them. So it was a trial and error. So basically, I'm gonna go through a couple of social campaigns that we almost failed, but then with creative thinking, we helped it to succeed. Yeah, one thing that I realized is that I'm extremely good at creating problems and then also solving them later on. So the first campaign, not sure which, yeah. The first campaign that I'm going to talk about is about Velaton. It's a hair product. And the one thing that we really hate in my team is to just hold the product and take a picture and do something like post it. So we decided that we will pitch an amazing women empowerment campaign, which would be celebrating the diversity in women. Because the hashtag that we used is hashtag iqavi mravelperovani. It translates in be diverse and be colorful at the same time. So it was perfectly coinciding with the hair product. So we decided to activate 20 role model influencers involved and let them talk about how diverse they are and how diverse women should be, and not do just one thing. Don't be just a wife or just a mother or just work somewhere, be everything. And then they told the stories of this, of their stories. And then we shoot one video and then one video that was basically showing making of the video. And then we completely covered the social media during that day. and a couple of days, and then we had tangible results. So we financed 2 kids that didn't have money to study, and then we financed them, and they actually just finished their vocational work education, and now they're working, and it was super successful. So you might ask, what went wrong? Well, basically on the paper and the campaign went great, but the 10 days that we were doing it was complete hell, because we completely misunderstood how the budgeting worked and how to shoot the video. Comes out it cost way more than we thought, and then we didn't have any money left for influencers to be paid. So the last part, we had a creative idea to, we only were supposed to do like a video. Nobody was asking us to shoot 2 videos, but we demanded we needed making of video, which even costs even more. So we changed it in a way that before we didn't plan to finance anybody, and then our team had an amazing idea to like, hey, why don't we not pay this miserable amount that we have left to influencers and finance 2 girls or a girl to study. And we told that to influencers, and they loved the idea, they didn't want the money, and that's how we basically saved our budgeting situation. And also, we decided to tell the client a day before the campaign was going to start that we might not be able to pull it off, and they panicked more than we did, and basically they were just breathing on our neck, which I learned that just fake it till the end. Don't tell your client that something won't work out. Second, and yeah, this was the numbers. You might think they're not great numbers, but you should realize that Georgia is only 4 million people, and this was like kind of crashing numbers that for our campaign. Yeah, the second campaign was kind of recent. It was from Ministry of Internal Affairs of Georgia. It was a safe road safety campaign, and the mission was to make a buzz in the industry, in the country. And they told us to just ask the question, but they will install these kind of cars all over the city over the night, and they wanted to make people wonder what was going on. And we specifically asked, like, should we be more like positive and stuff? And they were like, no, just make them wonder what's going on. And that was a big mistake, because it went completely on a negative side. So in every other situation, memes are great, but when the client is government, they really don't like being made fun of. This is the ex-mayor of Tbilisi, and it just exploded. The meme pages just went crazy. So we had to crisis manage it and then activate more influencers to write positive things. It was a great campaign, but people didn't understand it at all. Yeah. And the numbers were terrible as well. So it was more comments than usually anything gets, but it was all negative comments. And yeah, when dealing with the government, this was the first time we dealt with the government, we realized that there's a huge bureaucracy, and they pay later. They don't, usually we get 50% up front. That was not the case this time. And then I learned a little trick with influencers that if we pay as soon as they're done with posting or their campaign, they love working with us. So for them it's better to pay just a little bit less. If they get instantly, then they pay them a month later. So this angered the influencers quite a lot, because we paid them like a month and a half later. So we had to really be on our tiptoes and talk to them to not go crazy about it and not post anything against government. So yeah, that was one. So last year we won the grant from World Bank and Georgia government as one of the best startups because we're doing so great with influencer marketing. So our great idea was to decide to build an influencer marketing platform. And because we think that we are great at negotiating, we negotiated a great price with Ukrainian developers and did not listen to them at all. So we decided to input everything. Instead of having a minimal viable product or a prototype, we decided to have everything. and in $25,000, and it completely backfired. So we ended up with like a prototype that doesn't work, but it was like huge learning experience. But then it came out to be a good thing. We found foreign investors that are funding us with $500,000, because the reason they're funding us is because they loved all the ideas that we had and that we demanded from the developers. So now they will take over with the development, and we're going to launch soon. There's another one. Also, we almost poisoned 20 of our influencers for the social campaign. So that summer, I think 2 years ago or a year ago, big part of Georgian forest burned down. And that winter, one of the creative agencies had this awesome idea to remind everybody about the burned down trees and send money to plant more trees. So instead of having a Christmas tree, we told they gave us this awesome burned down tree to put it next to the Christmas tree, or just have it instead of a Christmas tree. So we sent it to everybody, to 20 influencers, and they posted, they did everything, and on the paper it looks great, and on social media. But one thing that we didn't realize was that the company that did those trees, they sprayed something on it, and it was such a terrible chemical that everybody started coughing, and we ourselves, we had one tree delivered to our office as well. We were airing those 2 rooms for like 2 days, and then we put outside this tree on the balcony, and then we saw in 20 minutes neighbors were coming around and asking what's the smell coming from. So we almost basically poisoned our influencers, but then it came out to be a fun thing, because we are just joking. We got very close to influencers because we talked with them and went to their houses and took the trees and took care of it, and it came out to be a good thing in relationship building with influencers. So that's it. Thank you very much, and create problems and solve it.
Thank you. Now we're going to introduce a new concept called click activism. Click activism. Do you guys know what it means? I see some heads nodding. Some people know. I'm going to let Nikos tell you more about that. So Nikos' speech is going to focus on combining tools in order to avoid click activism. Nikos is Panayotou. It's a professor at the Aristotle University in Greece, and also a Google research scholar. And his topic is about campaign for youth for European elections, for the European parliamentary elections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You know that one thing when you are the last speaker, the positive thing when you're a last speaker, it is that you get a big applause from everyone because they want to get rid of you, because they're thinking drinks, food, etc., for all the things that we're not here for. The negative thing is that you get as much time as you want, because the guy in charge, he got really bored about it. So actually, okay, I'm not going to give you a hard time, okay? I promise that, because I can really understand that you want to give me a big applause. So, my name is Nikos. I'm going to actually present you the campaign that we have run for the European parliamentary elections. And our campaign was targeted at youth. And we have run this campaign supported for the European parliamentary elections of 2019, supported actually for the European Parliament. So can I have my slides? Otherwise, I don't know what to say. So our campaign started from a single specific thing, that in order to be successful, you don't only need to be online. So in a way, I will depart from what we have heard today. I think that we equally need to supplement our actions in a digital environment. We need equally to supplement it by real action. So this is what digital activism is about. It is something that takes place only in the internet, and the only thing that we do is doing clicks. But what we actually need, as the previous presenters, even from Kyrgyzstan, from Ukraine, etc., have said and argued, the necessity actually to have real action on the ground. Otherwise, we will never witness change. I found you, so you're there. So there's a very interesting article in New Yorker. I will upload it. It's one of my beloved articles where they actually talk against the click activism, and they say that if we had only click activism in the 50s and the 60s, we would never have witnessed the social change in the United States in relation with the discrimination against the black people, because everyone would have stayed in their houses, just put a click, and they would never have taken a real action. So, our campaign was EU Next Generation, youth informing, engaging, and motivating for European elections. What we have done, it is the following, okay? Okay, this is me. And just give me 1 second. I will actually present you the summary of the logic behind of our campaign, that it combined several things, and then the lessons that we learned by applying this campaign, and that might be helpful for you. So, our aim actually was to inform, engage, and motivate the young people that they were about to vote in the European elections. Why there was a necessity to do so? Because in 2014, there was a great abstain from youth that they decided not to go and vote in the European parliamentary elections. And in this election, it was really crucial. We wanted actually, through their participation, to be able to fight disinformation and to fight actually extremism. So it was a need to motivate people in order to do so. Especially in the case of Greece, because we had, for the first time, voters being on 17 years old, we wanted to specifically to target at them, because they consist of a specific, let's say, key audience that I will let you know about it. So our target audience was youth people, which we have to have in mind that is, as all the speakers have said before, that it's not a unified body, but we have to move away from the notion that we are dealing with one audience. Not anymore. We're dealing with more audiences that are totally related or go around with what are their interests, what they want to follow, etc. Specifically, we aimed at the ones that they were voting for first time in these elections. They were 70 years old. They considered 15% of the electoral body. And why they were important? Because as you can know, the thing that you will vote for the first time will follow you even in the next elections. So we didn't want them actually to abstain from voting. We needed them to be part of the democratic institutions. So what are the key actions that we have run? We conducted the media monitoring, watching actually what the media were discussing about hashtags in Twitter, in internet, etc. Secondly, we have actually organized debates regarding key issues that we consider that they were important for this kind of audience. Thirdly, we have organized journalistic workshops in order to equip journalists with all these tools that they need to have them in order to address this audience, not only to keep the knowledge for us, but also to disseminate it. Then we organized flash mobs. I will let you know later on what these actions are about. And then we organized typical campaigns. So, the toolbox that we used, okay, so this is our project. The media monitoring, it was actually, we have followed all the media regarding the topics that they have covered, etc. On the first table, you could see actually the tweets as they were going from March, and we have actually the most of them close to the election, and the other one it relates actually with the mentions regarding the issues regarding European elections. So by monitoring the media, we knew in a way what they were discussing about, whether or not European elections were capturing their attention. So we knew how actually to intervene and engage the audience based on what it was also being discussed in traditional media and digital media, in order actually to build our campaigns. Then we organized 3 specific workshops for journalists in order to discuss how they can address younger audience, what are the things that they are interested for, but also to equip them with the necessary knowledge in order to be able to cover the European elections in a very accurate way. The other thing that we have done is that we have organized debates regarding specific issues like youth unemployment, youth and studies in European Union, etc., in order actually to attract their interest regarding these issues. And then, but also we have run some campaigns where you can see these photos. We have organized a party at the final day before the election because, as you know, party always motivates you most. We have organized some street, let's say, events with groups, etc., around the city. And what we have done, okay, it is that we have moved on this actually campaign where we placed materials in every bus. What was the purpose of placing material in the hangars of every bus? Because we knew that actually we would be able to reach the audience in a more permanent way, continuously, especially in the last week before the elections. Did it have an impact? Yes, we consider that it had an impact because, as you know, this commuting we consider them as a very good platform in order to address people, especially when they try actually to read something really quick, etc. What are the lessons that we learned? The lessons we learned that are the following. The first one is that traditional forms of addressing the public has limited impacts. No, I'm on time, no worries. So they have a limited impact. I think that we think actually that it doesn't work anymore. I mean, we have to move beyond that. We have to go somewhere else. We have to go either digital or other forms in engaging the public. So we have seen that young people were less interested in a classical form where you actually take an issue and start have experts discussing about it. They don't care at all. Secondly, is the one that it had most impact it is that engaging, as you have said, participatory activities. One of them was the following. We came in contact with a European youth concert that they exist in Thessaloniki, and in addition with people that they would sing the hymn of Europe. What we have done is that we mobilized 70 musicians and 50 people that they would sing this song. So we went on Saturday midday in places where we knew that people would be around, and we set up this flash mob. It attracted a lot of interest. It engaged the people because actually a lot of people started disseminating the message, the video, etc. So we reached an audience that was far beyond effective that it would have been done if, for example, we have run a paid campaign or whatever. Why it was effective, you will see it later on. We have a video as well. So traditional campaigns in that way are equally important even with the digital ones. Why they're equally important? Because they motivate people. What you have actually heard to date was that the main thing is to capture the attention, but also equally is to motivate people to do things. So we need doers. We don't only need clickers. That's the main thing. So how do we do that? By equally engaging them in real actions and even moving beyond our scope of sphere, even trying to attract the interest of audience that sometimes we thought that they might not be interested. We think that digital campaign sometimes leads into a click participation. So the main challenge is not only to capture the interest. The main challenge is actually how to do that, to turn that in action as the YouTube campaign have done. So it is the EU Next Gen campaign learned us actually that the main thing was to engage and also to motivate people in order to give them a good reason to discuss about your agenda, and on the next level actually to move them into action. Can we see the video before I depart? So the video is from these flash mobs that I have told you about, where we had this concert. It was the biggest flash mob taking place. So this is, you can like have a... So we had young people playing the music and also young people singing in the upper floor. So that meant that we captured the attention both of the parents and the other young people as well. Even the real younger generation, that we want them to vote as well after 20 years. So, before I just leave the floor, and because in every concert and in every conference we have to, there is a man or a woman behind the decks, let's give a big applause to Anna that she's actually supporting the whole thing. And thank you very much, guys. You're doing an excellent job, and I'm really happy to be part of this network. Thank you very much.
I'm a loud guy, so whatever. Now Artur is going to announce the most active participant winner of my Vote Me app, right?
Yeah.
So that, and then Franak will jump in later to sum up the day. So let's have a one announcement and one big round of applause for both guys that brought us here, actually. The DCN is really helpful to all of us, and it has gathered us. So please, let's have a round of applause for them.
So actually it was a very nice experiment. We piloted the app. We discovered that it doesn't work with Belarus and Slovakia. We'll work on that. And we had a very interesting situation. We solved some of the issue. We had technical assistance on WhatsApp, and I'm just bringing additional, time so that we find the winner who will go to our next event in Armenia, and the winner is Akil. Congrats. Do you want to say something?
I'm speechless. Thank you all very much. I didn't expect this. I just saw in the WhatsApp group, and I was like, what's going on? And now I think everyone is asking me to buy you dinner. I hope the dinner is sponsored anyway. So I think the app works really well. I really like it. And yeah, I can all just encourage you to also connect afterwards beyond the speeches. I really like to connect over the booths, so I think we can see even more engagement there. Thank you all, and keep connecting.
Thank you and congrats.
Thank you so much for this day. It was amazing, and you're super patient and you're super active. And I'm sorry it took 6 hours, to discuss everything. But tomorrow it will be more not about monologues, but more about the dialogues, about the discussion, about the brainstorm. Tomorrow we will begin at 9 o'clock with 2 parallel workshops until 11. So just make sure you selected the workshop you want to attend. Please participate. Please come to this workshop. It's a very good time, and it's a very good beginning of our afternoon conversation. Later we will have 2 rounds of small talks up to 7 minutes, where I encourage you all to participate and to make your short presentations up to 7 minutes. You can register at Carrie. She has the list of 2 rooms participants. We have for-profits, commercial business track, and we have non-for-profit business, not business, but international organizations, local organizations, activists, speaking about their projects there. Later we will have fantastic engagements, fantastic games, Fishbowl and World Cafe. We will explain the rules later, but we need all of you to be there and share your ideas, because we will be planning, we will be inventing the ideas and the projects, what we can really implement in the nearest future. We will have presentations of projects by Today's a New Day, Giga, who is trendsetter and who created the idea of bringing water to the stage. So now we always have water here. And Giga will be talking about his fantastic ideas that he did not yet implement, but he needs your help to do this. And Eugen from Belarus will be talking about the Wikipedia for influencers, the project he created with friends, where you can find suitable influencer for your campaign. And of course we will have hackathon, the short 1 hour mini hackathon. Create team. It could be 2, it could be 5 people with from any country with any background, and make the projects. And we will make sure this project will be supported, implemented, accelerated by DCN and our partners. I will not be summarizing the topics we discussed today. We all heard these ideas many times today. We will be discussing them again and again tomorrow. I would like to thank our moderators. Please give a round of applause to Darko and to Alin. They did amazing. They did an amazing job. They just created the atmosphere we really wanted to achieve by the first day of the forum. So thanks so much. Thanks so much to our sponsors and U.S. Embassy in Podgorica, first of all, to Ambassador who gave a fantastic, brilliant speech in the beginning, and to all the embassy staffers. Please give a round of applause to them. A big thanks go to State Department, who always supported Digital Communication Network from the very beginning, who attended this event and who will be also attending tomorrow. And if you have any ideas, please approach them, talk to them. And tonight it's a good chance to do this. State Department supported from the very beginning, and we never felt alone. When we had ideas, we always had the support from State Department. And of course, thanks so much for Learning, who actually managing our project, managing Digital Communication Network, and particularly Vlad Spencer, Carrie, Anna Tadevosyan, and Carissa, who is not here. They don't like to be on the stage as I do, but believe me, they're working 24/7 for all of us to make sure that our ideas are implemented. And thanks so much to all of you, to Digital Communication Network people. If you are not the member, believe you are part of our family, because DCN, it's not about the formal membership, it's about sharing values and sharing values and believing in the digital. Thanks to all of us.
Please.